Welcome. Don't change the dial. You're on the right channel. This is Courtney Michelle's stream, but I will be taking over tonight. Uh, Tonight, we're joined by three lovely ladies and Courtney. Obviously, it's her stream. She's also lovely, but we're going to explore the concept of whether or not women belong in the manosphere. So we'll just dive right into it. I'm gonna go ahead and get started. Obviously, my name's Alan. Y'all know me from the We Need to Talk channel. Yeah, my camera's off. What's up, y'all? Yeah, so I was asked by Courtney um, to moderate this conversation and also kind of moderate the comment section as well. So you guys behave in there. All right, so let us get to our host, or our guest. Let's see, who am I going to start with? I'm going to do Courtney last, obviously, because it's her channel. Miss Sean, how you doing? I think you're muted. Yeah.
Hey there, how are you?
I'm doing fantastic. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you for having me.
That's
everyone.
good. That's good. Yeah. So I was acquainted with you. I think you did a response to one of my videos.
I did.
I think that was the first time I saw your name. So tell me about what you're doing on your channel and like what stands out to you about the Manosphere.
I saw the title of the show, and I don't know if I'm in the manosphere. That I don't consider myself technically in the manosphere. I'm here by way of TLA, to be perfectly honest with you. So what we do over there on my channel is I give common sense commentary to foolishness, to be perfectly honest with you. So it's mostly reactions at this point, hence the reason why, I did one of your videos, and it's a lot of holding women accountable, Black women in particular. I'm a Black woman now that everyone can see me. So I figure, I can say a thing or two. A lot of women don't think I should be saying anything, but I'm here. Get used to me.
What's been your feedback so far since you started?
From whom?
From
men or women?
Both. Give me both.
Okay, well, men are, for the most part, really receptible to what I have to say. They're very supportive. Most of the audience is men. I'm gonna admit that. Mm-hmm. As far as women are concerned, I get a lot of positivity from many of the women. The only time, I have to be honest, that I get negative comments, 99% of the time, is from Black women. Pick me, mammy. Pick me, mammy. Pick me, mammy.
We're gonna get into it. Yeah. So hold all the tea. We're gonna get into it. But I want to introduce our next guest. Ches, how are you? I think you're muted. There we go.
Can you hear me now?
I can. How are you doing?
Good.
Awesome. It's fantastic to have you. So you and I became acquainted. Funny story. I don't know if you remember. The divester.
Oh my goodness.
Hashtag Black woman. So she wanted to have a conversation about a video that she made.
Yeah.
And she mentioned you to moderate the conversation. So like, what do you remember from that?
What do I remember from her in particular, or just that
the whole situation? Yeah.
The whole situation regarding divesting. I mean, I've come out pretty clear to say divesting is a hate group. So I don't really know what else to say other than that. Yeah. It is. Have a full breakdown as to why. Yeah. So that's what I remember.
Okay. So I mean, say more about your channel. Like, what's your channel about? What's your perspective on the Manosphere? How do you contribute to this conversation?
Yeah. So again, first of all, thanks for having me. CASHAPP here. My channel, I like to tackle tough topics with truth. So I am a femininity channel, but I talk about really a lot of things that impact women, relationships, obviously, spirituality, finances, race, trending topics, pretty much all the things that impact women on a day-to-day basis. So that's what we do on our channel. Now, as to why I was invited onto this panel, I have done different collaborations with people within the Manosphere, and think that it is a necessary space. I don't necessarily agree with 100% of things that come out of the Manosphere, but I do think that it's necessary and beneficial. So that's why I'm here.
Got you. Awesome. Well, I'm excited to have you. We're going to get into a lot of different things. So, strap in. This is gonna be fun. Let's see. So next we've got B Taylor. How you doing, B Taylor? I think you're muted as well. I wish it let me do it from this angle. There we go.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. I'm doing fantastic. So we haven't met, but I became acquainted with you when you interviewed the nuclear physicist girl
Oh,
on Crew Season. Yeah, that was the first time I saw your face, saw your name. But what how did that feel for you? Like how did that conversation go? Because I didn't get a chance to watch the whole thing.
I feel like I've changed a lot within a year. So I have my own channel, Be Taylor
Mhm.
TV, where I speak specifically for women, dating advice, heartbreak. I've talked a lot about leveling up, femininity. Advice that women can take to snag a man. Um, and avoid the dusties. That's how I
Yeah.
used to put it. So since joining the Crew Season, we collaborated, and at first it was kind of like, what, I don't want to collaborate with them, they're just like another Kevin Samuels channel, because I'm like the complete opposite of that. So I said, well, I think each voice needs to be heard. So I just, that whole interview was very interesting because I thought she was gonna come up and pull up and like come for
With the
us.
smoke, yeah, yeah, yeah.
I thought she was gonna come with the smoke, but it was I saw a lot of my younger self in her, so I was trying to put her on game, like, okay. But that whole situation ended up turning into a whole, I don't know, because the guy ended up having a whole girlfriend, and
Right,
yeah, so
right. Yeah, I feel some type of way about that because we interviewed her as well, myself and Courtney, and I think we're coming from a more serious angle with the conversation about black men and black women, but apparently both sides were joking, and that's common with like Gen Zers. So it's something that I'm concerned about, but we're gonna keep it moving. We're gonna keep it moving. Last but certainly not least, Courtney, Michelle, how you doing, darling?
Hey, darling boo, what is
How
going
are you?
on? Doing well. How are you doing?
I'm good. I had to pull up. I had to take over your stream.
You did.
Um,
It's the we need to talk takeover.
so we need to talk takeover. So tell the people about what is the goal of this particular conversation, and obviously we're going to get into it as the stream moves forward.
So the goal of this conversation, I think I had this a little bit with you, was um it's always been kind of conversations about why are women here? Do they need to be here? Some say yay, a lot say no. Um, so I kind of want to explore that and maybe why it's important to get some women's perspectives. And if the manosphere have men that are wanting accountability from black women, then why not talk to the black women?
Facts.
So this is the day that you get to talk to some black women.
We're gonna get into it. We're gonna get
So
into it.
I'm excited.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. The chat, if you guys, because I'm going to be moderating the conversation, so I'll check the chat periodically. But if you guys want to bypass the numerous comments we're definitely going to get, make sure to send a super chat, a super sticker, and I will stop and we'll shout you out. All right, let's get into it. Let us get into it. So let's start here. And this is where I start most of my conversations on my channel. I ask women if they were men, and we'll go down the line, one by one. If you were a man, describe it as much detail as you can. What kind of man you would be? And we'll start from Courtney and work our way backwards.
What kind of man would I be?
What kind of man would you be?
Um, I definitely would be a leader. And now that I'm really kind of finding my own voice, I think I would be kind of like a Huey P. Newton, a brother Malcolm. So just a leader with integrity, a man that listens, um, a man after God.
Okay.
So, and a man for, wanting a family and taking care of his family and providing and protecting by any means necessary.
I want you to comment on this. Chicago Real is in the building. Shout out to you, brother. He said hashtag stab. For those people who might not know what that means, could you enlighten the people?
Yeah, so for the people that don't know, over the past month and a half, I have been talking to different types, a group of men, passport bros, and I've been talking to SYSBM, Save Yourself Black Man. And I've learned a lot. Again, I'm trying to be an active listener. But the stab means, still they ass back. Still they ass back. Stab. So, and it's again by any means necessary. I'm definitely for, I think we fundamentally have something wrong with our community. I think we are completely divided. And instead of going with that narrative and keeping it divided, why the people that want black men, that love black men, that love black women, want black women, why not try to do something to bring us together? So, and we need you. We need
Facts.
men because without you, there definitely is no community. So still they ass back.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm with you on that. All right. So let us go. Like I said, we're going backwards. So let's go to B. Taylor. What are your thoughts on the question? If you were a dude, if you were a man, in as much detail as you can, how would you move? How would you operate? What would you do? What is something that you feel like men are missing that you would have if you woke up tomorrow and you were a dude?
So I would be a black man. So I feel like if I was a black man, um, I would be more of a leader and not be fearful of, being a being, following my peers. Who cares if people look at me like I'm not being cool? I would be a man of God for sure. A man that has principle, standard, a hardworking man. Like I would probably just be in my bag for sure, because I know that in the end it will pay off for my family and my future. As a man, I know that it's important to secure my family and to protect my family. So monetarily, that's something. And then also reading, being intellectually smart, building my intelligence, so I can be an intellectual man and be a leader, and be knowledgeable about things. Who cares about what's cool these days? The sports, the athletes, the rappers, and stuff like that. Like I would be um, just a leader. Like if I'm gonna be the first doctor in my family, I'm going to do that. Like I'm going to make a change in my life, and be the change that my community needs, because I know not only that change will impact my family and create what is it, generational income and wealth, but I'll also be a mentor to younger black boys. I think that's what's missing in the community is a lot of black men are not really giving back to the youth. They're just kind of like, forget that single mom and her kids, save yourselves. And you're not saving yourselves when the kids are being left behind and suffering. So that would be me. That's what I would want my son to be as well. So
That's interesting. And I have a follow up, but I want to move to Ches. Same question. If you were a man, in as much detail as you can, what kind of man would you be? And you're muted.
Um, that's a really hard question. I think my first thought would be I definitely would be a family man for sure. Probably would be very involved in the community and wanting to build the community. Um, I would be really concerned about how to create things or how to collaborate with other men within the community that would impact and improve the state of current Black America. I would certainly probably be involved in also some church community, God fearing for sure, um, all those things. But I think a core principle would be that I would be focused on the family for sure, very deeply involved on how to create systems and how to create things that would positively impact the Black America and really address some of the ills that are going on today. So that's what I think I would.
Right. Trust me, we're trying to figure it out too. I've been a man for a while and I'm still figuring it out. So Michonne, last but not least, how do you answer that question? You're muted. You're still muted. Hold on. Let me see. Oh, there you go. All right.
But I think that I would be the same type of man that my husband is, to be perfectly honest with you. So he's caring, he's protective, he's a hardworking man. I would be hardworking for sure to take care of my family, be a father to my children, have a family, be supportive of them, be supportive as much as I can to my extended family, and just make sure that we're all taken care of. Absolutely, there's a place for, we need a place for the Lord as always. And I know a lot of people are, saying things about everywhere else, but I got to take care of my home. I got to take care of my people in my home. That may sound a little selfish, but I definitely, that's my main focus, and that's where I would be. That's the most important thing to me is family.
Absolutely, absolutely. And those were fantastic answers. Now here's the thing. When we talk about the manosphere, um, I think you'll find that a lot of the men in this space were raised to be those things, everything that we described. And for whatever reason, when they go out into the world, those things aren't being selected for by women. And that's why you get the concept of red pill, because men are told you do all these things the right way and that you will get the attention and the validation of women. And they're not finding that to be true. So the red pill is breaking out of the matrix, and they figure out, oh no, Future actually has more success. The bad boy actually has more success with women. So how would you respond to men thinking that women are saying one thing but rewarding another type of man? Don't all go at once.
Well, I'll start it off.
Okay.
I think that's what you see is, women are saying that they want a certain type of man, but yet what they pick and what they're choosing is completely different. And I see that as well. I think that we forget that those are amazing attributes. But when we look at those attributes, no one is really diving into the package of it all. So when a man say he wants an amazing woman, she wants the woman to be submissive, wants the woman to listen and not be combative. Those are great attributes of a woman. But if I put it on a plate of something that is not appetizing, then does that matter?
Yeah.
And, whether we like it or not, that plays a big part. So women want that. But we want it all. We want attributes of a good man, but then we want the charismatic man, and we want someone physically appealing. We want someone that can financially provide for us. So we want it all. The unfortunate part is that sometimes we prioritize the exterior instead of the interior.
Okay, so B Taylor, you mentioned that the nuclear physicist girl reminded you of yourself when you were younger.
Mhm.
So you might have some interesting insight on this. So why do you think, y'all's answers were great and political, but why do you think what a good man is on paper isn't necessarily what is being incentivized out in these streets?
So the misconception is that, well, I want to say, for one thing, when you said that men are raised this way, actually a lot of men aren't raised that way. They're raised by society and what their peers are doing. Because if we're specifically talking about the Black community, a lot of them are fatherless, so they don't really have a role model to follow, or what a functional relationship or marriage looks like. So that's also for one. Now, going back to your question about the nuclear physicist and the girl, like, of course, when I was I feel like I'm still young. I just turned 30, but when I was in my younger 20s, I definitely did pass up on quality men. But I'm not gonna sit here and say just because they look good on paper means that they were good for me at that time, because they also had their faults. I've dated a guy like the nuclear physicist, and he still ended up cheating and was very rude in relationships. So a lot of these men can look good on paper, but they that doesn't guarantee that they know how to have social skills. They know how to act in a relationship. They know how to treat you right in the relationship. So I think there's a misconception where men are like, oh, the good nerdy guy. You know, a lot of the good nerdy guys are not going for the women who want them. We also have to talk about that. Is a lot of men in the manosphere are missing the point that they're like, oh, y'all just want the futures and y'all just, but the same nerdy guys, they want the cool girl. They want the bad girl. They want the girl that needs to be tamed. They don't want the good girl that's sitting around and dressed properly and quiet and in church and doing what she needs to do. Those girls find themselves very lonely. So just like the men are like, well, I'm gonna turn into a future, those other girls are like, well, I'm gonna turn into the Instagram girl because that's working. I haven't had a boyfriend in about 10 years and it's not working. I'm still a virgin. So they're giving in to what society is feeding into. So it plays out on both sides.
I think that's an interesting answer, and that's kind of what I've been trying to create a middle ground for. Is like, while the biggest critique is our women aren't prioritizing the right stuff, my critique for men is I think we think it's just one or the other as opposed to both. Like, you still have to be interesting while being God fearing, while being successful at work. But Ches, what is your take on that question? What do you think is the reason why men feel like the correct characteristics that you guys so eloquently talked about are not being selected for? Why does it keep muting you?
I
Hold on.
know.
Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. I'm doing that because I don't want to have an echo, so it's my fault.
No worries.
Gosh, that is such a great question. Why women are not choosing who they say that they want. There's a couple of reasons for this, but I think let's just start with this. I think a big issue is that anytime you remove men and the importance of men from this entire conversation, i.e., the importance of fathers, the importance of elders in the home, the importance of authority, anytime you remove that from the family scenario, you have what we have here in Black America, right? Which is a whole bunch of different girls making all these decisions largely by themselves. There is a reason that, arranged marriages existed in a lot of different cultures, and even before, even in a culture where wasn't arranged marriage, fathers were very much involved in the mating, and dating process. Fathers and mothers were very much involved. There is a reason for that, because I just do not believe that, a lot of young women who don't even know sometimes even how to clean themselves properly. I don't know how else to put it. Like, they're so young, they're still so trying to figure stuff out. Like, you don't even know how to clean yourself properly sometimes in your teens, which very much still happens. How are you going to know what to look for in a mate? And, on top of that, without the strong parental guidance there to help train women in what to look for and to help train women and what is important, without that strong parental guidance, they're going to turn to what's popular, because women, we're very much community centered. We very much want to do what the crowd does. And so right now, what the crowd is doing is going on social media, seeing what's popular, looking at the movie stars. And so you have a culture that is being raised, in my opinion, by social media, without the strong input of strong men and women or strong families who can really help guide that process. And so I think that is a large reason that that's happening, because, there are times even where a woman may like somebody or be into somebody, but if she's grown up in a system where she's been learned to taught and respect her elders, or taught to respect and honor who her parents is, or she trusts them, if she brings somebody home, she's like, I like him, but her dad, her brother's like, he has these qualities, she may listen. She may be like, you know what? Okay, I respect you. But without that there, these women are doing it by themselves, and they're not listening to men, or they don't have that parental guidance. They don't have that big brother guidance, in my humble opinion. And I think that is largely why there is a disconnect between what women say that they want, between what they're actually choosing. Because quite honestly, they don't know how to choose. And instead of owning that, they'd rather just kind of play around and then deflect. And it becomes men problems when at the core, it's like, you didn't know what to look for to begin with. Hope that makes sense.
I think it did. I think it did, and I think you know, I have two sisters, so I'm aware like they don't know what the hell they want, and they say they do, and they say they do, and they
Okay.
don't listen to me, even though I tell them I'm like, you don't want that, but you know, just like you know, we mentioned earlier, some of the things that they're selecting for based on what's popular, and some of the things that are going to sustain aren't necessarily synonymous. Michonne, what is your take on this? Why is there this disconnect between everything that most women say they would be if they were a man versus everything they select and they pour into?
So I'm gonna piggyback off of Shay in saying that first of all, social media unfortunately has the biggest influence over people. So if they don't have the guidance at home of even a parent who's, I'm not even going to say both, but a parent who's thoroughly involved, then they're going to get caught up with internet, what everyone else is doing, with the, because I'm sorry to be all over the place. You can ask a lot of these people, what's going on with Future? What's going on with Nick Cannon? What's going on? They'll know that like the back of their hand. Ask them something about the stock market, probably won't know anything. So the focus is on the wrong thing. So I think if anyone, when they say, I want a man that does this, that, and the third, all the good qualities, that's just what you say. And then you're going to go and follow what everyone else is doing, for lack of a better way to describe it. And that is, social media has too much of an influence over any and everything else. Even sometimes if you have a 2-parent household, if you're really not, like, in my opinion, really ingratiated into your kids, what they're doing, where they're going, who they're with, all that, those type of things, they can get quickly pulled away from your family, from your parents and everything, and just get influenced by what's easy. I think that this generation, specifically Z, I always say toss them all away. No offense to any Generation Z in the chat, but they just want it now. They don't know how to cope. They don't know how to deal with adversity, and they have life is so like this for them, and to be so young, it's crazy to me. Whereas with me, I'm born in 1971. I have raised by a single mother, but I also had a father and a stepfather. So men were in my life. I don't know that these young ladies have men in their lives, and that makes a difference as well. Even if it's your father, even if it's your stepfather, even if it's your uncle, like people who can give you some perspective and you can see some examples. And I think those things are missing, which is why, again, social media has such a big influence, where stuff like, it's okay that Nick Cannon has 5 million kids because he has money and he can take care of them. And in my mind, it's like, no, Nick Cannon can't. Oh, no, he can do whatever he wants, but he shouldn't, regardless of if he has money, because that's another problem, is that the focus is always on money. My opinion.
I think that's fantastic, and I think it segues perfectly into. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the B Simone, the most recent B Simone situation, where she said, where she alluded to Martin Luther King not being a great man because he allegedly cheated on his wife. How do you, and anybody can jump in, how do you evaluate greatness, the greatness of a man from a woman's perspective, and slash, what is your take on what B Simone said?
I can start with that one.
Okay, go ahead,
I,
Jay.
I like
She was ready.
I like how you said alleged, because the FBI themselves came out and said that they were the ones that were responsible for feuding that rumor. Not to mention his own wife denied those allegations. So it's so interesting to me how anytime a man is accused of cheating, it's like guilty at all costs. I mean, it could come out have been a lie. It could have been made up. FBI literally admitted to this, but nope, it's out there. So he must have done it. So it's like, this is partially why I have such an issue with misinformation that is spread around, especially regarding the Black community, especially regarding historical figures. Because I'm like, to me, how much blatant disrespect must you have to just undermine somebody who their work is largely responsible for the freedoms that we have today. And even, let's say, even if that was true, okay, even if that was true, again, you can't bite the hand that feeds you. And I think so often the very fact that we have the privilege to say these kinds of things and rant and rave and just have our opinion and really not be checked is largely because of the different sacrifices that our ancestors made, whether or not they were perfect or not. So to me, it's just, I just found it incredibly disrespectful. No different than, all these women all of a sudden after Kevin Samuels passed, rest in peace, had all this stuff to say about what they thought about him. Which is like, you couldn't maintain that same level of respect like while he was there. Like, so I mean, at the end of the day, as far as greatness, if we were all to be judged based upon our weaknesses, then nobody would be great. Because there's not one person on this planet that is without fault. Even the Messiah said that too. He was like, okay, he who was without sin cast the first stone, right? When people in that generation were so quick to try to judge and so quick to try to throw, judgment towards a person. So I think even how you define greatness, quite frankly, I think it's that whole definition was just flat out wrong, because based upon the old definition that she gave, that she wouldn't measure up to her own standards. Because she even said she was, I think, a bad wife or a bad girlfriend. So it's like, okay, so if you were that, does that mean you're now all bad forever? Because that's essentially the same metric you're giving to this man that literally fought for the freedom you have today. So I thought it was wrong, personally.
Do any of you guys have like a conflicting opinion or like a different take on this?
I mean, she was coming from a place of trauma. So that hit a nerve for her personally, because she went through a man cheating on her. So she even said, oh my God, am I triggered? She asked herself that. She was like, what did I just say? I'm triggered. And so I can understand that. Like, I'm not going to lie, like I was disappointed, because I did look at him like he was perfect, and nobody is perfect, but it's like giving to that typical stereotype that Black men cheat. And here we have this great leader, and his reputation. I could have went without knowing that. I really wish we could have went without knowing that he could have a side child out there. That's also one of the allegations, that he has another child, and he was sleeping with white women as well. And it was just kind of like, they were our goals. He was also a pastor. He was not only, the civil rights leader, but it doesn't take away everything that he has done. It just kind of puts a little something in his character where it's like,
right.
Like, what would make you want to go? And you're being too distracted with this, when you should be focusing on family and values and practice what you preach. Like, it's like, I feel betrayed when I see or hear about a pastor that I followed or a leader, and they're not practicing what they're preaching. It's kind of like, well, if you can't even follow what you're trying to teach me to do, why should I do it? Or why should men follow that as well? Or we're always going to give an excuse for it, for men, cheating. So I think that was like a trigger for her, because she was like, you're MLK, you're not supposed to,
right.
It just kind of taints his character in a way, but it doesn't take away from anything that he has done.
Can you, not to interject, but I just want to also reiterate that like, the FBI literally came on and said that they created those rumors as a way to try to soil his reputation. So I just wanted to be clear. When he said alleged, it has not been confirmed. His wife also said, it's like, is it true? So I think
she was protecting him. That doesn't mean it didn't happen. He definitely, there's been other people that it's been proven that he was sleeping around with other women. It's just the FBI was bugging his room and playing it on his wife, because if they can attack his wife, they can tear down the man. So they started with the home, trying to tear him down, but starting with his home. So it doesn't mean that he wasn't doing it. It's just that they were like exposing him.
If you have evidence,
oh no, I'm sorry.
There's a whole documentary. If you look on it, it's a whole documentary on it.
Okay.
These are classified documents that were released. That there are tapes that he was in these hotels having orgy parties.
So the thing, and I don't know who this B Simone person is, but it, and personally for
Yeah.
me, even if whatever is true or not true,
Mhm.
I'm not uh Martin Luther King's wife, and I'm not his child, and I'm not in his family. I think a lot of people think that people have to be perfect. And then when they do something that you may not agree with, no one in particular, you may not agree with, and you may not agree with, that just explodes everything and nothing matters as far as what it is that they did. So it's not even the point that, honestly, I thought B. Simone was a man. So until all that happened, um, I did not know.
Yeah.
But it's B. Simone also at the end of the day. Who the hell is that? How does
Mm.
B. Simone matter in anybody's life, really, at the end of the day? Martin Luther King is going to have more of an impact on my life and my family's life than B. Simone is. B. Simone can say whatever she wants to. It doesn't change anything from my viewpoint on Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, or any of the other leaders. And if they did do something, say cheating, because cheating just seems to be the worst thing in the world that anybody can ever do. If that's the worst thing that that person can do, so be it. I don't think it's, that bad of a thing. I mean, it's not like not you, but it's not like someone said they murdered someone or
Mhm.
they molested someone. And I'm not saying one trauma is worse than the other, but when it comes to cheating, that's between two married people in their marriage to deal with how they want to. And sometimes I think people don't realize, recognize, and understand that people can live and create their marriage however they want to, the same way you can do that with a relationship. So cheating may be a big deal to one person, but within that marriage, it's about what it is that, between them, what they are willing to deal with and put up with and decide on how they're going to do it. Like, I just think that just this cheating thing just triggers people so much. No one is perfect. No one is perfect. That's all I wanted to
Yeah.
say.
Well, I can understand both sides. So I think greatness of a man is depending on his impact on his family and also his community. So what is his overall impact? We all obviously know MLK impact was monumental to us and still is. But then we can't deny that when we have these leaders, when we have preachers, we hold them to a particular standard. And so, what might be okay for the average man is not going to be okay for your president. It's not going to be okay for leaders and pastors. We hold them to a standard. So, does that standard alleviate because of the impact that he has on the world? Is he not to be criticized if that were to happen? So, I think those are good things to dig in. But take Obama. If we found out he cheated on Michelle, how impactful that would be. We glamorize our leaders. We glamorize these people that they're able to galvanize a whole nation. And we glamorize them. And we do feel like, even though we know they're not perfect, but in our head, we're like, man, I thought you would be better than this. So it doesn't take away, obviously,
Mhm.
from what he's done, but those conversations and even having it with MLK, and if he did or didn't, y'all two figure it out at the bottom. But I don't know. I can
So,
understand both
so
sides.
let me direct this question at you. An OG once told me that great men are rarely good men. Do
Mm.
you think there's any truth to that? How do you even understand that phrase or saying?
Great men are rarely
Are
good
rarely
men.
good men. Yes.
Um,
So for instance, Michael Jordan, greatest basketball player ever, shitty father, right? But
yeah.
it takes,
He's
and
a
even
talented man. That doesn't.
right,
I
right,
don't.
and
That doesn't
even
make any sense.
like even when you watch like this the Last Dance documentary, like he was borderline sociopathic, the way that he ran the team, the way that he
Mhm.
ran himself, and obviously he poured himself 1,000% into his craft, so he neglected other things. So do you think, number one, there's any truth to great men are very seldom good men, and how do you even understand that saying? I'll start with Courtney and then we'll go to B Taylor.
That's a good. Well, it depends on the level of greatness. So I look at my brothers as great men because they are good men. They have integrity. So for me, that is a good man. But um, to be different, like a Michael Jordan, um, like that type of person, I mean, I can see that. You're prioritizing something. So if your focus is on basketball or in politics, if that's your number one focus, then a lot of stuff like family is going to take the back seat. I think it takes a special kind of person to be that type of man. And that type of man is willing to neglect a whole lot of stuff to get to that one ultimate goal.
Okay. B. Taylor, what's your take on that?
I don't agree with the statement. I feel like Michael Jordan is fairly talented. And so he's, when you say great, you're talking about basketball, you know, but he can't be a great man if he wasn't a great father.
Mm.
Hmm.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Shay, I see you smiling. What are your thoughts?
I mean, this definition is definitely going to change from person to person.
Mhm.
I think, but I believe that two things can be true at once. You can be great at a particular sport or a particular activity or your job or your career, and also be horrible at something else. So I don't see everything as being so polarized. Because I think humans are that we're a mixed bag. We have great qualities, amazing qualities, and we also have character flaws. So I guess I guess agree with the statement that yeah, somebody can be really good at something or be incredibly talented and also suck at something else. I mean, I've seen that in living action, living proof in my own life, other people I know. So I don't take issue with that comment.
Yeah, and you know, for me as a dude, I think the way that I understand greatness is, are you remembered for making a monumental impact after your death, right? And like I think the two paradigms we're struggling with is, if you are super involved in your house, typically it's hard to make a monumental impact at scale. And if you're making a monumental impact at scale, it's hard to be involved at the house. Do you think there's like uh, a sweet spot where you can be a man who leaves his mark on history, but still be a great, father in all the ways that we think a great father is supposed to be?
That's a great question because
That is a great question.
to you, you're basically saying greatness to you is somebody who is renowned and made
Mount
it
Mount Mount Rushmore.
Mm.
right.
Yeah, Mount
Yeah,
Rushmore.
so that's a great question. Because I think I tend to slightly differ in that I believe some of the greatest, kindest people you may meet may never grace the cover magazine. You know, people who are maybe running, they're raising their family and they're running orphanages or they are running homeless shelters, like things that are really impacting people. It may not be the sexiest thing, may not be the most exciting, but it's nevertheless making an impact. So I don't know that I necessarily have the perfect answer to that because I don't know that I always measure greatness based upon uh, who remembers you in the history books. I see it more as, like I said, who are you able to impact individually in your community? And sometimes, like I said, that doesn't get as much traction, but I'm
Right.
not the expert. I'm open to different kinds of input on this.
Yeah, no, we're gonna talk about it.
Yeah.
We're gonna talk about it. Courtney, did you have
Yeah.
an idea?
Well, I definitely kind of agree with the statement. For a
Mm,
man to be on a Mount Rushmore status, impacting the world, um, he's going to neglect his family.
mhm.
You can't put your 100% all into saving, and then you leave nothing for your family. And that's just a regular man, an entrepreneur. He's going to be out the house. You want a six-figure man, okay? Well, he's not going to be there. So it's kind of a give and take when you're wanting or talking about a man of greatness in that aspect. He can't be great doing that and all 80, 90, 100 hours a week and then think he's going to be impactful at home
Mm,
as much as you might want. So no, I don't think the two that I've seen can coincide. If you're wanting to be this type of man of greatness, the Mount Rushmore of a black man,
yeah.
then it's your family suffers. And that's the truth.
Michelle, what are your thoughts?
Does your family suffer? No, I agree that if you want all these things, the man is busy. He's out doing his thing. I didn't know that Michael Jordan was not a good father. I thought he had a gambling habit, but even
He
if
does.
Right.
even if
He does.
even with that, he's still one of the best basketball players. That doesn't get taken away from him. No one is perfect. I think sometimes we think that people need to be perfect, and then they make a mistake and it's like everything blows up. And I can still love Bill Cosby and everything that he brought to the table. Now, mind you, he did some things, of course, but I'm not gonna not watch the Cosby Show. I'm not gonna not watch everything that he's ever produced because no one ever asked us to stop watching all of the Harvey Weinstein movies.
Come on.
But it's
Come
interesting
on.
how, we put on ourselves, and I'm talking about Black people right now, on what we need to stop doing. And we're so critical to a fault I'm not sure how to say it, but it's so unnecessary. People make mistakes. No one is perfect. And if you're a woman who wants a high value, like the example that Courtney gave, you're right. You want to live this way, you get to live this way, but this man has to work, or vice versa. He cannot work, and then you'll be complaining that he's home. So
Right.
we gotta figure it out. What's it
Right.
gonna be?
That's what it. Why are you
Yeah.
still here?
Yeah.
Get out.
So on my channel, a lot of the conversations I'm having with women, I'm attempting to add historical context to the conversation around Black men and Black women and why they don't get along. And part of that context, and this kind of speaks to the Martin Luther King thing, there's been a deliberate and concerted effort to denigrate the image of Black men in this country. Right. So I've been encouraging people, men and women, to err on the side of, are we sure? As
Yeah.
opposed to wholesale just accepting what comes out about men, and especially when it comes to like Martin Luther King, because there was literally a committee, the COINTELPRO, dedicated to making sure Martin Luther King wasn't successful. So it's not far fetched to assume that they also dug up things, whether dug up or fabricated things, to sow discourse in his life, right? So I just kind of encourage people, if, for instance, before you think that a Black woman's hair is ugly, you should think about the context first. Think about, why do you think that? And then before you think a Black man ain't shit, I would ask you to pause and think about the context of that. Why is that your reflex? And I think that goes perfectly into Kevin Samuels. So I kind of want you guys' thoughts on Kevin Samuels as women who are adjacent to a space that he kind of sat atop. What are your thoughts on Kevin Samuels? We'll start with Courtney, obviously. And then I want to go to B. Simone. I see the hand go up, body language. So, Courtney, what do you think?
um, that's Kevin Samuels the GOAT.
Talk about it.
I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for him. Hey people. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for him. I got introduced to the space. My brother sent me Kevin Samuels stuff, and I was completely amazed by him. Um, I was amazed about how he spoke. I was amazed even at how he looked and how he carried himself. So, I wasn't one to just take a clip. I literally watched shows where I was binging and I saw myself being like the ladies on the panel. And I saw myself being them and I said, they look a fool. So do I want to continue to look a fool? No. So then I just started listening. So um he's my mentor. I miss him.
Absolutely. B. Taylor, what are your thoughts? I know you got them. What are your thoughts?
You know, who are we to tell people what my problem was his delivery. Am I gonna say that first off, rest in peace to him, because I'm not gonna wish I respect the dead. But I didn't like his delivery, as in my problem is that there's a spiritual thing behind that. You're talking to when you're talking to Black women and the Black community, you're talking to a lot of broken women. You're talking to women whose dealt with molestation, dealt with abuse, dealt with a lot of things growing up and why they have a lot of decisions. And I didn't respect the fact that when he did speak to other women, that I literally could see their spirit breaking, and other people thought it was entertainment. Now, what he said, it's just like, I felt like there was no balance. It's like, I love when he was talking to the men, but it's like he stopped talking to the men, and he knew that it wasn't going to get him to the top talking to men. His followers grew when he started talking to the women, and the men sat back and started laughing, and it was entertainment. Because as a influencer, you are responsible for your platform. And if your platform is toxic, what kind of energy are you creating? So it's not that he was saying things that wasn't true. You can't just sit here and call somebody they're a 6 or they're fat and they're going to die alone. Like, you can't speak illy on people like that, because words, even say in the Bible, they're like fruit. You got to come back and eat those words. So you can't sit here and threaten women and threaten certain women. And it was just a delivery. It was a spiritual thing for me. And I didn't like seeing women get on there for advice and they're lost. And he's like tearing them apart. And people in the comments are like going in, because he would take snippets of people and post them on the internet. They're looking to him for advice. And it was like an entertainment show in the comment section. And he said, well, I can't control, what they say in the comments. But at the same time, you can kind of tell your audience that this is not why y'all laughing at this woman. Do y'all have y'all stuff together? Why are you attacking other women? Because even on my platform, I had a lot of Kevin Samuels followers. It wasn't Kevin Samuels that I didn't like. I didn't like his followers because they were very,
antagonistic.
Yeah, they would come on my channel and be like, oh, you're just nothing but a cum bucket. You're nothing but, a single mom. You're going to die alone. And I'm like, look what kind of energy you're creating. Just like the Trump people, the MAGA, how they had a bad name to them, and Trump had a bad name to his audience, and nobody cares what Trump has to say because now he's tied to MAGA and all these red hats, racist people, right? So none of the minorities care about what he's doing for them or what he has done for them because of his audience. It's like it's a distaste. So his audience has created a very, nasty taste in a lot of people's mouth and a lot of women. And it was a spiritual thing for me, like I said. And I listened to Kevin Samuels, and I would take heed to what he said. But then I'm looking on TikTok and people laughing, all these dudes laughing and making fun of this woman. You don't know what that woman had been through. You making fun of her, telling her she's fat. She better give up the cookies on the first date. Like, it's like a joke. And it's like that same energy wasn't reciprocated to the men. It's like the men's like, well, he was talking to us, what, in 2018, 2017? Like, why couldn't there be a balance? Because I remember I did tune into one of his shows where he did talk to the men, and that man looked stressed. Because it was men on there talking about Black women's the enemy. And he was like, well, what do you do for a living? I Uber and I'm trying to be a comedian. And Kevin was like, stressed the fuck out, because he's like, how you gonna say Black women an enemy? And he literally said, no, man, your pockets are your enemy. Your pockets are your enemy. And it's like, I was looking at the views, and that video didn't get that much views. It didn't get that much comments and entertainment because he was talking to the men. But when he was talking to the women, it was entertainment. It was funny. I would have one day wanted to talk to him, but I was a single mom at the time. I'm not going to sit here and put myself on this platform for the world to make fun of me. They already come to my platform and talk crap to me. So I can just imagine if my face and I'm coming to you for advice and all these people are just being nasty. So that was my problem with it.
Got you.
Can I ask her something real quick? Because his platform grew because of women. So when he was talking to the men back in 2018, let's say he might have had maybe 300, maybe even 400K subscribers. But he didn't double that until he started talking to the women. But it was the women that was subbing to him. It was women that was watching. So even though that we can say that he was being disrespectful or you didn't like how the delivery, but many of women watched every single night when he came on. it was women. It was women that was supporting. It was women that were super chatting.
Yeah, but it was a lot of men that was super chatting. There's a lot of men who only recognize Kevin from the "You Are Average" video. So we gotta recognize it's not just women that gave into that. It was men and women who grew up without fathers. Like, okay, well, let me listen to this man because my dating life has failed. So I'm gonna try the Kevin way. That's how I look at it.
Right. So, but what accountability do you hold on the women for knowing what they're going to get, how he speaks, how he talks? What accountability do you hold on the women that made his show? Because it would be no show if it wasn't for the women. But however, the women knew.
I mean, I agree that these women came on to the show, but from what I've watched, these women were broken women and they were genuinely looking for advice. They were looking for advice. From what I saw with the women that was tuning in. Now, some women were trolling, and thought it was funny. Some women wanted to get their name out of there. Some women wanted recognition. But the women that I'm specifically talking about that bothered me, I literally felt disgusted one time watching a video. A woman, even Kevin looked like he softened up a bit because her voice was shaking, like she wanted to cry, and her spirit was broken. And that for me was a no.
Well, I'll let you go, Shiz, but I'll say this: if the women really wanted his sound advice, they would have went on the website and booked a session.
Yeah, but how much was the booking? It was like $3.
If they wanted sound advice, they would have booked.
Yeah, but they'll have the money to do that.
They'll do BBLs.
You got the money to afford a proper therapist.
So,
BBLs.
Well, then it's get on a show, and you know how he's going to talk. Because Simon Cowell, if I wanted to be American Idol, if I get on there, then I understand what I'm getting. So I can't be mad at Simon.
People were getting paid to. He compared himself to Simon Cowell, but that was all acting. Like, a lot of people don't understand TV. Like, I work in TV. Like, that's acting. So he was putting on a show and acting. I don't know if Kevin Samuels was putting on a show, but it seemed like he said he genuinely wanted to help and give advice to women. I didn't agree with women calling in, but I'm just saying a lot of women can't afford therapy. Like, women call me and message me for help because they can't afford therapy. They don't have anybody to talk to. So they look on the internet for help because
Can
they
I
don't
jump in for a second?
I want to jump in too after you're done because I've been like,
First and foremost, as always, rest in peace to the Godfather. I will always give him credit. I didn't agree with everything that he said, but I think about 95% of it. I do agree that there are a lot of people who, what you're saying, B. Taylor, is right. There are a lot of women that need therapy. They need someone to talk to. They won't get it. You can't force someone to do it. You can't, we can say they can't afford it. We can say they can't get to the store. They don't have it could be any excuse in the world. If you
That's
need
not
something,
an excuse though. That's valid.
That you don't have a car to get
that you don't have money. It literally, people are putting in the comments, it costs $1,000. Like, even when I didn't have insurance, I was paying $150 a week for therapy without insurance. That's expensive. We have to also have grace. Like, that's not our reality, but you have to also look on the outside and say other people are suffering and
other people need to recognize that they're responsible for their lives as well. So just like Courtney just said, they chose to call into that show. And if they thought that that was the best thing to do, if they were broken, because I feel like I hear, and I know y'all don't like that, but I feel like I hear that we're making excuses for adults. And that drives me nuts. Not you. That's one of the things on my channel when people come and they say whatever it is nastily that they say, and it's like, these people are adults. And I understand that we all have problems, but we are responsible for our lives. So if we're not going to take the time to do what we need to do for our lives, we cannot blame anyone else but ourselves. But that seems to really be something that Black women cannot understand and get.
Yeah, because we lack grace.
Hold on a second. The video, I have videos based off of, ladies, Black women are at the top of the eviction list. Yeah, I got so much hate for that, and it's like, I'm not lying. This is information coming straight from like the news. Like, this is not me making this up. This is a warning to let you know. but they would rather come and attack me because I'm just trying to let people know what the deal is, instead of saying, what can I do to help? Or maybe I can do something. So that's not someone that wants to resolve. That's someone who wants to attack. And I get attacked a lot. And, it is what it is. I would never go on Kevin Samuel's show because I don't need to. First of all, I don't have to. But second of all, even if I wasn't married, I just wouldn't do that because that's just not the space. It doesn't make sense in my mind. But for some reason, these women wanted to hear what this man had to say, knowing who he was, knowing how he delivered. So you get what you asked for. You don't have to go to every circus that you're invited to. So I don't have sympathy, no empathy is my phrase over on my channel, because every single one of us that are adults that's listening, are responsible for our lives. And until we start to accept that and do something about it, this blaming other people is never going to get you anywhere. And then not you, but people will be at the end of their lives and be like, what happened? You spent your life blaming someone else instead of doing something
Is it
about
blaming or is it having
Yeah.
grace?
Let's get
Let me-
Sade wanted
yeah.
to get in.
Yeah, let me enter. So I hear what all of you guys are saying, right? And I've heard the tone conversation, or the pushback where it's like he could have been nicer. Here's my fundamental issue with some of the different critiques that I've heard regarding his channel. What we forget is that the starting point of this conversation is women who have essentially said a good 80 to 90% of men are not on my level. A good 80, 90% of men are not worth dating and engaging with. I only want to date the top 20, 15, 10% of men. That's the starting point of the conversation. And so to me, if you go to somebody and you're wanting something competitive and they basically give you the formula on how to compete, you can't be offended. It's no different than if I say, hey, I want to be a VP of a Google. That's an incredibly difficult job. So if I went and gotten, hired an advisor and say, okay, how could I get to become the VP of Google? They would probably give me some pretty hardcore metrics. You got to do this, you got to do that, you got to do that, you got to do that. Why? Because they're consulting. So Kevin Samuels, he wasn't a pastor, he wasn't a motivational speaker, none of that. He was having conversations with women who voluntarily said, the majority of men in America, the guys living next to me, the guys that I see at the grocery store, the guys that I pass at the gym or at church, are not on my level. They're not on my level. They're not good enough for me. That's the starting point of the conversation. So again, if you have already put yourself on this high standard, and then now the person is saying, okay, now that you're on this level, here are their expectations. I don't see it as offensive. Yeah, maybe his tone could have been softer, A, B, C, X, Y, and Z. But at the end of the day, we also have to ask ourselves, why are women so quick to say that guys who are at the very least on my level or average men aren't good enough? Why isn't that also the topic of conversation? We're so been out of shape over his tone, but we're not talking about the fact that the reason that this is popular is because many women have essentially said average men are not good enough. Isn't that offensive too? So that's what I think my main kind of issue with the critique is, that like we have to remember that women are somewhat sliding. I mean, you could arguably say that they're sliding average everyday men. And this could be why you started to have trolls or guys who were saying mean things. I don't say that I agree with that. I don't agree with all the comments that I said. But think about it. If you're a man and you're seeing all these women consistently say, oh, this kind of man, that kind of man, that kind of man isn't good enough, and that's you, and that's been your experience, now you may feel a little, I don't know, like happy, or like, okay, now you're being heard, or a little bit of restitution when you see somebody who's rejected you kind of getting humbled. I'm not saying it's right, but I think that's also why we started to see men galvanize behind him, because they're like, okay, finally somebody to bring some humility, because men are like, we've been eating crow since day one. Women have been telling us since day one, we're too fat, we're too short, we don't make enough money, we're not tall enough, we're not big enough, or all this. Women have been telling us since day one. So now finally somebody to give women, basically a dose of what we've been receiving all our life. So I just want to offer that pushback.
Yeah, I agree with that. And that part, I think I would like to talk about a little bit more, where he was the face of the unheard. So even though he talked about 10% of the men, but however, the 10% of men wasn't necessarily listening to him. It was the average Joe that was getting neglected by these women that are going for a small group of men. So him being able to talk that way is, I think a lot of men back that up because they've been wanting to say these things. They didn't know how, or wasn't, I don't know. I guess maybe enough passion or whatnot. But I honestly think that these men looked at him as like, finally, a man can say what I've been wanting to say. And
So
okay.
no, let me ask you this, B. Taylor. Is there somebody you can point to that you feel like this type of tone is ideal? So if Kevin took on this type of tone, he might have been more effective because they were effective taking on that tone.
Oh, you're saying like who?
Either somebody currently, somebody in the past that you feel like is a more productive, more graceful tone. Because that's the biggest critique, the tone.
I can't think of his name right now. It's like Tony. He's
Gaskins?
Tony, yeah, I loved his message. He gets on to women. He does, and he makes us, not be delusional as well. But it's the way he delivers it. And it's a difference between when you deliver your message for entertainment and out of love and genuine wanting to help people. When he speaks and he's condemning, he does it out of love, and you can feel that, and it can be you can accept it more. But when it's somebody that's just like, oh, you're fat or you're a 3 and you're gonna die alone, that's that's not gonna be reciprocated well.
Well, let me. Why do you think a Kevin Samuels appealed more to men than a Tony Gaskins? Because most guys wouldn't, follow him.
Because I think a lot of them, and I'm be honest, I think a lot of his followers didn't want to learn. They just wanted to, they have resentment. They resented women. I've been guilty of it, of women calling them dusty and calling them broke and saying all these things. I want a top notch 7-figure, da 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 da. And they had a lot of built up resentment, and it was entertainment. I have studied well enough his comment section, his lives, his Instagram lives, and I've seen the men in the comments, and they're on a go. Like, they're not even like, yeah, what he's saying, they just like, they're like going at it. Like, they put their gloves on and be like, who we gonna fire up today? Who we gonna talk about today? Ever doesn't even have to be insulting the woman, and they'll start insulting her left and right and left and right and left and right. Oh, you're a single mom, you're trash, you're this, your child's gonna be a failure in life, you're a failure, you're a cum bucket. And I'm like,
He
whoa.
never
Like,
suffered from anyone calling in, though.
huh?
He never suffered from anyone calling in.
I'm not talking about Kevin. I'm saying like his audience and how they
Right, but you're saying that they would be beating up on the caller, though.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
They
So
had
the caller still called in, though. So they still needed or
I
wanted
mean, young girls
something.
are gonna do what young girls are gonna do. Unguided girls are gonna do what unguided girls do. A lot of these women that called in, they even said, I don't have any male figures in my life, and I just want to get advice from you. I don't have the money to do it. I don't have a father. I don't have brothers. I don't have anybody. I want to call in.
We like to use a lot of excuses for things that we don't want to accept responsibility for, and that's half of our problem.
Well, you know what I think it is as well too, and this is for you, B. Taylor, because I understand again what you're saying. So Kevin Samuels he galvanized. Kevin Samuels was irreplaceable. However, a lot of the guys that did follow Kevin Samuels took a lot of his stuff out of context. A lot of guys, and when he spoke to a particular type of man, then it seemed as if other men were trying to use it as shaming tactics to just attack maybe a woman. And I get that. I can't say that didn't happen. I can't say that I would be on a panel and I would get super chat, you ain't nothing but a 3 and you gonna have without knowing me, without any context, just because. So that did happen too. Yeah. So I get what you're saying. It was a lot of guys that also followed him that felt empowered to be able to speak like Kevin Samuels. However, you are not Kevin Samuels. You are not the type of man, the charisma, how he was able to speak. You are not that. So I understand. I'm going to assume that's what you're saying.
And that's exactly what I'm saying. It's like a lot of the men who were that's why I wish she was speaking to the men, because they also needed to be humbled and settle down and take a chill pill, because they were going ham. And I'm like, you're not even half of the man that he is even talking about. I understood when I think it was, there are a lot of women that went on there and were delusional, like saying, I want a man that makes $300,000 a year and da 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 da, because I want this. And he's like, do you qualify for those men? That is true what he said. But a lot of the men that were making fun of him, making fun of the women and making fun of women like single moms or whatever, it's like they were raised by single moms. They resent their own mom, and they're not even you had a lot of men going around saying, I'm a high value man. And I'm like, you're not a high value man. You're not. What makes you a high value man? Because you're a man? Because you say you're a high value man?
Yeah. So, here's the thing. I wish, let's just assume, what you're saying is right. It's not Kevin Samuels per se. It is his followers and what he is saying. I wish we had the same level of smoke for, let's say, I don't know, on Oprah when she did like The Color Purple, right? Or some of the other, think about the woman who recently said, went viral for saying, oh, these black men can't even die right. And she went viral and was tweeting and people were laughing and, and sharing and commenting and LOL. I wish we had the same level of smoke when women themselves promote misandry, which happens quite a lot. And then I think I would be more critical. But the reason although I don't agree with all of the comments, like I said, and I think some of the stuff is like, yeah, Kevin Samuels wouldn't agree probably with some of those dudes over there. If you're like driving Uber, making 20K and talking about you want a model, he probably would be like, you're not in this conversation. But like I said, we see that negativity. And I think the reason it didn't bother me as much is because it's like a lot of these men just felt like they've been silenced for decades. They have been. We've had the Oprah Winfreys, we've had the Color Purple, we've had, the Ricky Lakes, we've had even the Tyra Banks. Like think of all the different talk shows, all the different shows that say, where are all the good black men, all the different articles that have said black men are gay, all the stuff that said, okay, black men like Becky, so we got to divest, marry out, all of the different things that we've heard for the last few decades where women have been heard, and it's almost always painted a really, really bad narrative on men. And so that's why it's like, I'm not saying it's right, but you have to put yourself in a scenario where you've been silenced for a good 50 years, right? And then all of a sudden,
I'm a black woman. I think I kind of understand that.
But I'm just saying, if we try to understand where they're coming from, I think a little bit more, then we can recognize, okay, not that it's right, but it's like, if you feel like your perspective has not been heard for decades, which based upon mainstream media and the marketing, we know it's true. Now you're in a space where finally you get to get your thoughts out. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying that it's going to be pretty.
It's horrible, their delivery.
I think a lot of people are just like, finally I can be heard. And so that is what I heard a lot of. And like I said, that's why while his message was not perfect, and yeah, we could argue his delivery wasn't maybe the nicest, it's like what he was trying to do at the end of the day, and also not forgetting the fact that woman who called in literally said, I am too good for the majority of men. They've already essentially pushed out Sandra's message. It's like, that's why I didn't see problems there. It's like, you signed up for that.
So let me direct this message to Michonne, and message / question.
Mm-hmm.
And this is from the Crimson Cure. Shout out to Crimson Cure.
Crimson Cure, love her stuff.
And the reason I'm directing this to Michonne is because you both have a similar tone, right? You're more so a harsher feminine voice in a world that tends to coddle women. So what is your take, Michonne, on the tone conversation as it relates to what actually will get through to women versus what just makes men feel good?
Shout out to the Crimson Cure. And with regard to Kevin Samuels' tone, is that what you mean?
Well, with regard to Kevin Samuels' tone, your tone, Crimson Cure's tone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah. That's one of the reasons also that I get the vitriol, I will say, because of my tone. But, you know, people, in my opinion, need to get over the tone and listen to the message, which is one of the things that a lot of people were not able to do with Kevin Samuels. I'm sure that Crimson gets the same thing, and I get the same thing as well. I can get on this platform every day and listen to several different people, Black Manosphere, White Manosphere, divestors. I can listen to all of them. And I don't, when I can't take enough on divestor side, though, I got to go. But I don't say anything to them. I don't give them a hard time. I don't comment. I don't do anything because I'm good. They can think what they want, all good in the hood. When I'm over here with listening to some of the guys in either of the manospheres, they, they say some things. I don't get upset about it. They have a tone. It doesn't bother me. I don't understand that part about the tone. It's like, and I'm going to just say Black women because that's who it is most of the time. Just always have to say how you say it, how you say it. You could say it with kid gloves. It's the actual message, in my opinion, that you really don't like. Not anyone in particular that they don't like is what's being said because it's the truth. And I think that truth that is being said they don't want to hear, because then that means that they'd have to take a look at themselves and things of that nature, which is why I can hear gentlemen, men on either side saying, she's all these women, they're just 304s, they're floors, they're this, they're that. And I'm like, child, and it doesn't bother me because I know it's not true. Mm-hmm. If I was one, then maybe I'd be bothered. But I don't know. I just, in my opinion, women don't want to hear the truth. So then they just find something to nitpick at, to push back on it, whether it's Crimson, whether it's Kevin, whether it's me. And that's fine. You don't have to receive the message. I still stand by your life is your life. So if you want to blame your faults, your mistakes, what you didn't have on someone else, when you get to the end of life, just don't be upset because you've spent all this time blaming someone else instead of taking control and going ahead and doing the work that needs to be done in order to improve your life for you and whoever else is in your life.
So I think
oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, I think B Taylor has a good point. I think, there is a distinction between like Kevin Samuels and some of his followers, and you guys have all experienced that, and even in my experience, I've been told that my tone is not aggressive enough. So I'm on the complete opposite side. Dudes are telling me I'm not harsh enough with women. Mm-hmm. So I'm gonna direct this to Courtney. Mm-hmm. How do we reconcile? The tone is an issue, sure, but what it means and who it's empowering, because I think that's what B Taylor's trying to get at. Like, it's empowering regular dudes with an audacity that they don't necessarily, you know what I'm saying, they don't qualify for.
Right. And I agree with her because it has. I got checked by a man that was living in his mother's basement and told me I wasn't anything. And sir, okay now. So I understand what she's saying, but again, for me, greatness stems from the impact. So what impact did he really have on women? Let's push aside the crazies, because there's always going to be somebody crazy. We can't get away from it. This is YouTube. YouTube brings out the darkness of people. Okay. But push aside that. What was the impact? And as far as with Black women, who was more helpful? A Black woman that's wanting a good Black man, is it going to be that we need to listen to a man that had hundreds of thousands of men that backed him saying, yes, finally, he's saying what we've been wanting to say. Women, we just want you fit, friendly, and feminine. Or is it going to be the other man that had no men following him and just only played on our emotions? Didn't say what we need to do specifically to get a man, just told us how we should feel and how a man should make us feel, even though men don't move on feelings. Which one would have the most impact on a woman?
I still say Tony Gaskins, because Tony Gaskins is married. Kevin Samuels is twice divorced. He technically did die alone. Tony Gaskins is a man of God, and I feel like his platform is of love, like I said. And, you know, so you could
but
say
what-
he had all this following and all these men are following him because a lot of men are followers. And that's why I was saying, like, a lot of men are easily manipulated, easily
let's
able
go back to my question though. What has more impact for women in results?
Right.
I feel like like I said, Tony Gaskins, it doesn't matter about the followers.
So I've never seen any results of Tony Gaskin except women just feeling good.
There's women, I don't know if you follow him, but there's women that's like, okay, you helped me with my marriage, you helped me, you know, with dating, you helped me with my relationship, and he's helped me with my relationship. So I'm not gonna sit here and say like he hasn't made an impact. You know, I don't know what kind of, I heard Kevin Samuel say that he got people married, like 2 or 3 or 5 people married. But I'm not gonna sit here and say he didn't have an impact either. Like there were some things where I'm like, oh, okay, it was put a little bit more harshly, but I got it. And after I got out, I'm a woman, so I'm gonna be in my feelings. Like by nature, you can't tell a woman to take it on the chin. We weren't raised that way to take it on the chin like a boy was. So it's like a lot of these men want women to be talked to like men, and that's not our nature. That's not how you're going to get to women. So as you can see his impact, yes, there are women on the side that says thank you, Kevin, but there's a lot of women who were dancing and shouting and happy when he passed away.
So what's your take on that, Shay?
Can I interject real quick?
Yeah, I was gonna throw it to you.
Okay,
yeah. So I mean, and let me direct it this way, because you know your channel also mentions Christianity, and Tony Gaskins that's part of his brand. Now, men would liken him more so to a Kevin Samuel. I mean, to a Derek Jackson, right? Who also was a man of faith. Why do you think there's that disconnect between women would rather hear a Tony Gaskins, but men don't think he is representing them properly as a Kevin Samuels does?
Wait, so you're saying why are women drawn to Tony Gaskins and men are drawn to Kevin Samuels?
Yes.
Really, really good question. I think at the end of the day, we live in a society with women that have a rebellious heart, plain and simple. I don't know how else to put it. I truly believe that there are a lot of women at the end of the day who they don't necessarily like authority. They don't necessarily like discipline. They don't like accountability. And anything reflective of that is a turnoff. So, you know, for example, let's take this whole topic of tone, right? Let's just be honest. When in the Black community have we ever been known to speak to each other nicely and gently? Black women are not known to be docile, quiet, you know, demure women. That's not who we're known to be. Even if you ever taught kids, both of my parents are teachers. When they teach a classroom of all white kids versus all Black kids, their tone is different. They can't go and say, "Hey, Johnny, can you sit down?" That's how they speak to white kids. Black kids, they got to be like, "Listen, Johnny, you need to go." Like they have to be aggressive. So it's like,
you don't have to be aggressive. That shouldn't be the stereotype that we should be giving into.
It shouldn't, but I'm saying as far as the way the culture is, I'm not saying there's not room for change, but it's like you have to start somewhere. So it's like,
and that's why we're dysfunctional.
Can I finish? Just let me finish real quick. If you've been trained, I think to interact a certain way, which many of us have, like our culture is generally more aggressive, generally more verbal. To a certain extent, I have an issue with his tone was so wrong when probably many of those women that got off the phone and cussed their kids out. Let's just be honest. We've all seen it. I've seen it at church. Women yelling at their kids, saying things. So I do hear what you're saying, and I understand what you're saying about like, yeah, man, the tone wasn't the best, sure, but it's like that as far as where our culture is at. Basically, what he's saying, it's like we're in a burning building right now. If you're in a burning building, are you going to send a text message and say, "Hey, get out"? You're going to write a letter? Or are you going to yell and say, "Get out of the burning building, you're going to die"? And so I think to a certain extent, that is where we're at. We are in a burning building. The Black community, we're in a burning building. Families, the state of Black women is there. And so it's not a time to coddle and speak to someone nice when they are literally at destruction's door. And so that's why, again, going back to the tone, yeah, it wasn't the best, but I think there are some of us where we needed to be shocked out of our delusion. And so that's why I think, going back to your earlier point, men are resonating with that because they're just like, this is what we've been feeling and seeing for so long. Now there's somebody here to say it. Was he perfect? Absolutely no way. Nevertheless, the message is out there. I haven't listened enough to Tony Gaskins to really know. And I do understand that there are times when you have to be soft, and there's times when your message has to be gentle. There are times for that, but that's not every single time. And even if you look at Kevin Samuels, there were people where he was, I have a video on this. I listened more to 50 hours of his content. So I studied his content. There are videos where he was he was calm and he was matching the energy of the person. And he was like having a conversation. He's like, hey, I recommend you look therapy. I recommend this or that. Cool. And there's other times a woman got combative and he matched the energy. And so even within that, you saw that he was matching the tone. But like I said, Tony Gaskins, I can't speak to him, but we can't always be so nice. If somebody is in destruction, sometimes you kind of got to yell at them and let them know, hey, get out. Even the Messiah did this. For all you Christ followers, if you look at his words, if you look at the way that he was preaching to people, his words offended a lot of people. It did. So that's what I'm saying. It's like, back to your earlier point, it's okay sometimes if, I guess, our flesh is offended, if that means that we're going to ultimately change and that's going to make us better in the long run. So that's why I appreciated ultimately what he was trying to do, even if it wasn't perfect.
So let me ask you this, B. Taylor, because you're more familiar with Tony Gaskins. I'm slightly familiar with him, but you mentioned something really important earlier. You said balance, right? Do you feel like Tony Gaskins, or the Tony Gaskins of the world, properly articulate the plight of the Black man in the context of our relationship with Black women, our trauma with Black women, our interactions with Black women?
Yes, he does. But you know what? He even said it himself. A lot of men don't follow me because they think I only talk to women. And Kevin was the cool guy. He was the guy that would dress up in the suit. He was a bachelor. He had, his little drink in his hand. He got women. He dressed in fashion. He was like the future of that world. And Tony Gaskins was the Russell Wilson. Mm-hmm. And it's like with men in that community, as much as they talk about the Russell Wilson, poor Russell Wilson, they don't want to be the Russell Wilson, and they make fun of Russell Wilson. They want to listen to.
Oh, let's talk about it.
Yeah, they want to follow behind the future too. And it's not only because of women. They look at that man like he's cool too. He's the woman. Tony Gaskins is married. He's been married since he's been, I think he said about 23 years old. He's been married for a very long time. Mm-hmm. Very, very long time. So that's not exciting and fun for a lot of young men, because that just tells you where their priority is.
It's so can I interject? Sorry.
I want to say this though, because I think that brings up a good point. One of the videos I've seen of Tony Gaskins, he talks about how in his younger life, before he got married, he was a hoe. He was a football player. He was out here womanizing. Yeah. And he was doing the whole nine. So I think from a male perspective, since I have to represent men, I think part of the reason why a Tony Gaskins doesn't really resonate with us is because we're saying, oh, you already got it out your system. Whereas a lot of men are like, I couldn't get it out of my system when I was younger. Now that you've gotten out of your system and now you're an honest guy, you're telling me that that's what I need to do when you've already enjoyed the years of womanizing and the years of out here being in the streets. So like, do you empathize with some of the reasons why men are put off by the Tony Gaskins of the world?
Okay, when you put it that way, I understand it, but it's like he also corrected his ways and was like, this is not the way you want to go, because there's no peace there. Kevin didn't have peace. There's no peace there. Future don't have peace. As much as y'all say he got all these women, he got a lot of kids. He's not in peace.
Well, and that's kind of a point I've been bringing up on my channel. A big part of men's purpose is seeking female validation. And we deprioritize peace in that pursuit. So if Future is more successful getting female validation, and Russell is more successful being peaceful, whatever we're going to call that, I think most boys and most men are going to go towards being more successful with women. Right. So I think, for the Tony Gaskins in the world, they could do a better job at articulating some of the things that Shay has talked about and Michonne has talked about all the reasons why, number one, women are not validating the right type of people, and men have been told to shut up for the past 60 years. That's a fact.
Right.
Courtney, you hopped off for a second because of your computer, but now you're back.
Okay.
What are your thoughts before we move on to the next thing? Because there was a point she made that I want to elaborate on.
Hmm. What was the point? Sorry.
No, and I'm saying like as far as like the whole what's his
With
name?
Tony
Tony
Gaskin.
Gaskins, yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, he appeals to women's emotions because we are emotional. And so when you appeal to our emotion and you make us feel good, that doesn't have results. It's just a feeling. So now I compare it to a lot of these mega churches and these pastors, Joel Osteen, who I'm critical of. He speaks to emotions. But my thing is you have to tell me how it is. You have to tell me what I need to do. We need a leader. I don't need anyone, a man being like me and giving me emotional and feeding something that's not going to be helpful. You're
Yeah.
not telling me anything that's going to have results. With Kevin Samuels, I'm sorry, he provided results, and I can say that it's through me. Like I my aspect on how I perceive men, how I perceive myself, has completely really changed because I decided to take a step back and actually listen to men. There is a reason why men loved him because they was able to speak to him. So for me, I'm like, and it's just common sense. If men are saying that he is speaking to them, and as a black woman wanting a black man, why would I not listen? Why would I not?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And taking the tone out of it is just really common sense. 2 + 2 is 4. You want a man, the men are saying that he speaks for me. Well, then listen. And the things that he was saying for women to even change was not monumental. It wasn't uh, rocket science. Get yourself together. Calm down, relax. Quit having this trope of angry black woman because you're running away. Well, you're running them away. And now I got to go stab their ass back.
So
Yeah.
at the core of this conversation, we're kind of talking about women's place or whether women have a place in the manosphere, and we are fortunate to be joined by one of the founding fathers of the manosphere, Obsidian, and we're going to bring him up to kind of add context and color to this conversation and give
So,
his thoughts on like women's place or lack of a place in the manosphere. And then I want to get you guys' feedback. Sound good?
Sounds good.
All right, cool. Without further ado, Mr. Obsidian, how you doing, sir?
hey,
Okay.
feel like I've finally been, released the Kraken.
Yeah. So yeah, we wanted to kind of get some context for this conversation because we're talking about whether or not women belong in this space. We're also talking about obviously Kevin Samuels and how he stirred the pot and how he inspired certain actions that he might not have agreed with from his followers. So what's been your take on this conversation so far?
Yeah, I feel like a mosquito with a nudist colony. I don't know where to begin. Um, yeah. So to answer the question on the floor, are women taking over the black manosphere? No. Women cannot do anything in the black manosphere that black men don't want them to do. And there are black men, there are voices in the black manosphere, sometimes hushed voices that kind of grumble about black women invading the space and making the money and so on and so forth. And what I remind them is that if indeed ladies are invading the space and making the money, it's because black men want it to be. And of course, then you get crickets. So are black women taking over the black manosphere? No. Do black women have a place in the black manosphere? Yes. My goal from day one was to foster a real conversation between black men and black women. That kind of culminated with my good friend and dearly departed friend Kevin. So that's the long and short of it right there. If I may, while I have the dais, I did want to kind of tack back to a few things that were said in the past hour.
Sure.
I know everybody else on the panel. I am not familiar with the lady, Miss B. Taylor. We are meeting for the first time. Okay. With regard to Mr. Tony Gaskins, I am familiar with his work. I have been since 2011. I would say, based on what I know about Mr. Gaskins over a decade, that Kevin has gotten more done in the actual real world results in bringing black men and black women together than Tony has. I would say that, and we're going to deal with this in a second, I would say that Kevin is far and away more influential among black men than Tony Gaskins ever was or will ever be. I will say that the major appeal of Tony Gaskins is that he's a former bad boy made good. Black women love a redemption story. They love a bad boy that saw the light. He had his road on Damascus moment and, saw the light. And now he's, want to testify and he wants to warn the ladies against guys that were just like them. Black women love that. There's a formula to it. He's part of that formula. He's easy on the eyes. He's got those lazy bedroom eyes and the easy Southern drawl. He has been married after ripping and running. And he loves God. Black women get real antsy about guys who are kind of, on the fence about God or even worse, an atheist. Even better if he's that old time religion variety. And he checks off all the boxes in that regard. I'm not attacking him. I have nothing personal against him, but I know how he rolls, and the black love machine, as I like to call it, is a multi-billion-dollar business where the apex alpha males of that, because black women don't want. Let's just get this clear: black women don't want relationship advice from other black women, especially if they're halfway decent looking. They don't want that. They want it from black men of a certain stripe. That's one reason why Kevin kept packing them in night after night after night. Because we have a saying in the black manosphere, right? We're a lot of nerdy, geeky guys in the black manosphere. That's another thing you brought up, Miss B. Taylor. I want to get with that in a minute. There's a lot of nerdy, geeky guys in the black manosphere. We considered Kevin kind of our day walker, if you're familiar with the Blade character in the Marvel universe. Blade was like he had all the Vampire Nation strengths and none of their weaknesses. Okay, and Kevin looked like the guys that black women love to listen to, the Tony Gaskinses and the Derek Jackson types, but he spoke like us. And women tend to like guys who are a challenge, which is another reason why so many black women called in night after night. They say, I'm going to be the guy I'm going to be the girl that's going to break through. You know what I mean? That sort of thing. And of course, we know how that ended every night. So yeah, so it was a very interesting situation. With regard to the nerdy thing, I don't think the problem that many brothers have with sisters making the choices that they make in and of itself. I think the problem that many brothers have with sisters making their choices and the kind of men that they choose is that they then don't STFU and just deal with the results. If you choose to get with a man of questionable character, and guys aren't very good at hiding these things as well as like ladies would like to have us believe, they pretty much on their sleeve. I mean, you choose to do that. He brings a lot of gifts that are great, for a good time, but not a long time. Okay, you just deal with that in silence. You don't whine and moan and cry and complain about it on Oprah and all over the news media, and you write books about it, and movies are made about it, and TV shows are made about it, and preachers want to berate all black male humanity for it. No, you just accept that. then you just keep it moving. Your point about the nerdy guys not liking the nerdy girl, good point, because black men have been blessed to a certain extent to see black women that painted themselves in a corner. See black women that painted themselves into a corner over these years. So it's very difficult for a black woman. I'm reminded of the Michael B. Jordan, Lori Harvey thing. And it's very difficult for black women to say, you know what, this is a good brother. It just didn't work out. I'm just not attracted to him. Because for so many years, black women have painted it as a United Nations Security Council level crisis. Like all the brothers are on the down low, all the brothers in jail, all the brothers are abusive, all the brothers are murderers or gangbangers. All, you know what I mean? It's always been painted that way. So they kind of painted themselves into a corner to where, you know, it just doesn't, you know, because, you know, we're all adults here. Just two good people cannot be very good together. But because black women have kind of, you know, painted themselves into a corner, you know, they can't really navigate with that. So, and, you know, with brothers, you know, we don't have to worry about that. So for us, you know, there's a reason why we don't like nerdy girls, because nerdy girls don't look like the girls on IG. The end. And nobody's going to, you know, give us a break, you know, you know, nobody's going to give us a workout over that. But with black women, because they painted themselves into this corner, it's hard for them to, you know. So, yeah, I think that until black women are able to own their frivolity, own their superficiality, and are able to say, you know what, there's a lot of good brothers out there, good people. I'm just not sexually attracted to them. That's all it means. That's all it means. Nothing else. And be ready to deal with what comes with that. Until they do that, they will never be free. Really is that simple. And finally, if I may,
yeah,
Miss B. Taylor is right about one thing. The brothers are not going to like this one. Okay. For 3 years, Kevin exclusively focused on black men. 3 years. And Kevin got nothing but hell for it. Not from black women, but from black men. Okay? He did not make his millions helping black men become the best version of themselves. Okay? Now, we can deal with the reasons why, but here's the other trick on the other side with the ladies before the cheering starts. Sisters didn't give a damn that Kevin was working, you know, laboring in the vineyard, taking all kinds of slings and arrows, trying to work it out with the brothers either. They only cared when he started talking about them. Okay? Sisters didn't care about Kevin trying to help other black men be better black men. Black women didn't care about that. And that brings me to my final point with regard to the spirituality. You know, I notice a lot of these brothers in the black manosphere, the Black Love Machine, the Tony Gaskinses and the Derek Jacksons and the Ace Metaphors and Stefan Labossiers. I know all these guys, know them very well. It's interesting to me to listen to how they speak about black men and black women. See, when you talk about black men, it's almost like we're automatons. We're soulless, you know, kind of machines. But when we talk about women, you know, being leftover women, oh no, she's a spirit, she's a soul, she's a metaphysical being. Where's the metaphysicality with, you know, I don't want no scrubs? Doesn't that brother that's riding on the passenger side, doesn't he have a soul too?
Mm.
When you talk about you better call Tyrone, don't he have a soul too? When you say to brother, oh, you know, nigga, please, you work for UPS, don't he have a soul too? See, it seems to me that we play fast and loose with this spirituality, metaphysicality. We play fast and loose with it. It's metaphysical for me. It's spirituality for me, but not for thee. That's it.
So let me bring this up because I think it's interesting. So it's by Rodney Dunn. He says, "So I have a question. Are we going to include Maya Angelou because she was pro-black, but she was married to white men 3 different times, and they were all failed marriages?" Now, the reason I bring this up is I don't see women, or I don't see black men denigrating the image of Maya Angelou. We allow her to be lionized the way that she is, but we look for reasons to kind of tear apart black male images. So, like, what are you guys' response to the Maya Angelou paradigm versus the Martin Luther King or other black men who were also seen as great? What are you guys' thoughts on that?
What does her failed marriages have to do with? We don't even know why they failed, and I mean, there's
What do the affairs of Martin Luther King have to do with it? He still was a great man.
I don't know. Maybe for you, you're okay with that. I think cheating is just you can bring back STIs. It's just as painful as somebody being.
But he wasn't cheating on us. That's just all I'm saying is that
I'm
we
just
take
saying-
on the traumas of other people, and that's a problem because that's not ours. That's not our thing that we should be worried about.
Well, here's the thing. I think the parallel would be that Maya Angelou was a 3-time divorce and Kevin Samuels was a 2-time divorce. However, when we talk about Maya Angelou, of course, we talk about her in such an esteem where we look at her, she's a poet and she's so soulful and nurturing. But then when we look at Kevin Samuels, it's, well, I'm not going to listen. He's 2-time divorce. What he got to do with it? So we use it to demonize one aspect of a person, but yet we're able to turn a blind eye to a woman that gives us, we're a phenomenal woman. That
giving me dating advice. She wasn't giving me dating advice.
Well, she gave life advice.
Yeah, but she wasn't
giving she was a life coach. You would see her on Oprah all the time. So she gave advice to particular black women, but yet in her life had 3 failed marriages.
Yeah, but Kevin specifically talked about relationships. So if you're a 2-time divorced person, it's like, what can you? I'm not holding that against him. It's just, well, yeah, I am going to hold that against him because it's like, if you could make your 2 marriages work and Tony Gasson's been married this long, I'm going to look at the man who survived.
I think to that point, and when it comes to, like, black men having to eat crow for 60 years, when we look at, for instance, Oprah Winfrey has never been married. When we look at Ricki Lake, she's been divorced a bunch of times. When we look at the entire,
been divorced twice.
Yes,
and married and divorced twice to the same man.
I didn't know that.
Okay. Yeah, you look it up. Yeah.
Yes. So my question is, why does it seem like there's a secondary curriculum, right? So if somebody's saying something we like, we don't care about their resume. But if they're saying something in a way that we don't like, then it matters everything that we can pick apart with them. Why do you think that is?
Well, I will say, as it pertains to the black community, first off, black women just are not used to being criticized, right? We're in this big mama culture, right? Where it's like everybody grew up with their big mama, the Medea, their, matriarch, however you put it. But it's like, you don't talk about mama. You don't do that. So it's like that has translated, I think, very much into even how we look at these different leaders. It's so interesting, as you guys mentioned before, the very thing that women use oftentimes to discount Kevin Samuels was the fact that he was 2 times divorced, which, by the way, he made it very clear that he was not a marriage therapist or whatever. He was just trying to get you in the door. He was an image consultant. So he even said that. He even said, hey, I'm not giving you guys advice on how to stay married. This is just getting you guys in the door to your relationships. But, they add that critical lens. And then, of course, when it's women or other people, it's like, oh, well, why did she divorce? Or, oh, well, what did he do? Did he cheat? Or, oh, did he beat her? So it's like we've been so taught to put a critical lens on men at all times. But women, we can't do that. And I think part of this goes down with cultural narratives. You mentioned media. There's a lot of different structural reasons, I think, for this. But at the end of the day, I think that plays a huge role into why we have been literally trained to look at women with sympathy, and men, we've been trained to that they just got to man up. They just got to man up. And that is the dialogue that I see even to this day. You have media. The last rant, what was it, a few years ago, where it was, I don't remember the show, where it was, I think, like a group of women who were literally laughing at the fact that a man had been castrated because he was cheated. They were laughing about it on television. I don't know if you guys remember that story. Had that been a woman, had cheated on her husband, and God forbid, she had been dismembered somehow.
Would have been, what did he do?
That would have been, there would have been hellfire. That whole show probably would have been taken down, or they would have had to issue an apology quick. But because it was a man who had been castrated and because he had been beat, their thought was, oh, he deserved it. And they're like, oh, yeah, did he make a smoothie? Like, they were making light of it. And so this was just a few years ago. And this speaks to the culture of misandry that exists, that I think a lot of times men are reacting to and are tired of. And we're just not used to it because we're not used to women being under the same critical lens that men have been under for so long. My opinion.
Yeah, and to that point, I think because I'm new to this whole manosphere thing, and what I've understood by being here is that the grace that you're talking about, B. Simone, and I'm a big advocate for grace. Like, I talk about it relentlessly, but it's one-sided, right? Even as I'm encouraging, for instance, men to reconsider going overseas, women are simultaneously encouraging each other to get a white boy or to get an Asian because they treat them better. And what I've been saying to women is, why is it that you give the white dude a lot more latitude with his expression of masculinity, but the black man has to be Tupac with a PhD?
Cap.
So do you feel, this question is for B. Taylor, do you feel like there is not that not that equal grace being shown to men in their struggles, especially black men in their struggles, as it compares to what's shown to women, or what's popular in the mainstream media?
I mean, for one, I do date outside my race. I have dated outside my race plenty of times. I do encourage Black women to date outside their race because there is not enough Black men for Black women. Therefore, that's why Black women are single, because we're waiting on Black men and it's not enough. So go out and date other races of men. Why women are more softer with other races of men, it's because it is a cultural difference. I think there's a lot of trauma in our community. Hopefully I'm answering this correctly. There's a lot of trauma in our community, and I feel like the language barrier and how we talk to each other, it's you saw in the movies where Black woman's going at it with the man and he's going back at it, but then when you get with another race of men, it's like the culture is different, where you can be more softer and more feminine with this other race.
Let me elaborate on what I mean. So, and I get that, you're 1,000% right, but what I mean specifically is the Black nerd. He didn't get any play because he's a nerd. He's not interesting, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the white nerd is sweet and he treats me good. So because what we're seeing, we're not seeing women who go outside their race end up with the same pseudo masculine archetype that they encourage Black men to be. So my question is, like, why is it that the Black nerds don't get any play, but the women go to the white nerds and say that they treat them better?
Black women go to the white nerds.
Mm-hmm.
I have to disagree. I don't think
Serena Williams and Alexis Ohanian, anyone? Oh, with his dad by itself?
But we can't compare Serena Williams and this billionaire to the average everyday. Are we talking about us, or are we talking about celebrities?
We absolutely can. I was out just last week and then I saw a couple just like that. The couple was a Serena Williams looking, that is to say, kind of an Amazon looking sister, and she's with a dad bod looking white guy walking right down the street.
But we don't know what their relationship is. I'm just saying, for me and every day, I know my friends and the women that I know, the Black women I know, they're not going out dating a nerdy white guy either.
Can I interject?
Yeah, Che, you jump in because I know you have to go soon.
Yeah, I do have to go pretty soon. I mentioned this before on my channel. I have no problem with Black women who want to expand their options or date and marry out. No issue with it. I think the bigger issue is whether or not it's something that we can successfully do. I'm talking about marrying out. Another issue I have with this narrative is how, it's like black women, they don't want to commit. There's not enough of them, but it's like they're still married at a higher rate. Like there's to this day, more black men are married than black women, despite the fact that there are fewer black men alive, not to mention that black men, they're like, what, 80 times more likely to actually date and marry a black woman than any other race of men. So it's like the odds are really in the favor when it comes to black love. But I think the issue that we have is that we have to, I think, start to be honest with some of the different embedded misandry that exists within the black community. A lot of women already grow up with the understanding that black men ain't this, they ain't that, they ain't ish, they, A, B, C, X, Y, and Z. And then they go to this church where they see a white Messiah. They look on television where they see white couples doing well. Or, they may drive through a nice community and see, white woman living this luxury lifestyle. And they want to be that. I truly believe that at the end of the day that there are some black women who in their core, they just want to be white. They have misandry syndrome, or at the very least, they want that lifestyle. And they think, if I can move myself more closely to proximity to whiteness, perhaps I can receive what I don't think I could ever achieve with a black man. And I see this, the reason I come to this conclusion is that I see this pretty clearly when you look at, divestiture channels and the kinds of different things that they say and the assumptions that they make based upon black men who they're not, and the assumptions they make or the excuses that they make for white men. And it shows you that it's just like these women at their core, they don't like themselves. I'm not saying this is all of them, but a good enough of them do. They don't like themselves. And they think that if they can get a white guy, they can have a better life. At the end of the day,
maybe that's where that Disney movie fantasy that everyone talks about comes from as well, because people love to say that, women have the Disney fantasy. I don't like that because I don't want people talking about Disney. But based off of what you just said, that makes so much sense. I agree with you.
Well, I think we have to also look at the stereotype of when a black man goes for a white woman, it's because white women are deemed more softer, more submissive, not talking back. So that's what men want. But then when we look at the white man and the stereotypes of a white man, then what is it? They're conquerors. They take over. We think of them as wealthy, having money, the provider. And we look at how white women are treated. And a lot of black women want that treatment and they think they can get it from a white man. So it is, I think a lot of women that are, I guess, divestors are a whole nother story. I just think they're sad. But it's also, what is the white man? How is he looked on in society? So we can't forget about that. So it's when black women act a certain type of way towards black men, it's because a lot of black women already have the preconceived notion that if she gets with a white man, she's automatically taken care of.
Or experience. I know plenty of black women who tried with black men and they're like, just like the black men say, oh, I tried with black women, I'm just going to date out. And it end up, I have family members who are married outside their race and their relationship works very well.
There's something else. I'm sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to talk over you. Would you finish?
No, I'm okay.
Okay. Yeah. I mentioned this earlier. So I don't have a problem with black women, getting with the white nerdy guy over the black nerdy guy. I have a problem with black women not owning that. And just saying, you know what? I'm just attracted to white nerdy guys. That's all it is. That's all it is. I don't have anything against the black nerdy guy. I'm just attracted to white nerdy guys. That's it. And be willing to take the heat because you're going to get it. That's it. That's all there is to it.
I don't know if they want the white nerdy guy. I think when white men pursue black women, I think a lot of it is because they feel like black women are exotic, they're different, and they want to try. And so when a black woman is revered as something exotic, when we're not revered as exotic here, I think that's attractive to some black women.
This is my issue with it, because I do have a problem with it. And the reason I have a problem with it is because, well, number one, I'm pro-black. But number two, when I'm in dialogue with young black boys, they're telling me that our women want, or the girls want me to be this particular archetype of dude, this shoot first, ask questions later, no limit soldier archetype, right? And a lot of times when we play these things out, boys adopt this persona. It leads them either to the grave or the jail cell. And then with that trauma that was incentivized by the Destiny Childs and the Eves, and Eve is a perfect case study because she also ended up with a white dude, even though she was talking all that thug shit, right? And then later down the line, it's that, oh, all black boys or all black men are thugs, all black men can't communicate well. And that goes back to my thing about the grace is only one-sided, because women don't stop to think, okay, what turned this dude into somebody who doesn't communicate well? Was it his mother? Was it some toxic ex-girlfriends that he's had? Versus, oh, black men are just these things, so I'm going to go to the other side, who is probably just fetishizing me to find my peace and to find my peace of mind. Because the worst part about it, and I'll let you respond, the worst part about it is, as a black man, the version of you that I'm introduced to is the version that has all her walls up and all her suspicions and all her red flags. And I ain't shit until proven otherwise. But the version you introduce to the white dude is the soft Disney princess that you think he's going to want. So it's like we're not even starting on an equal footing. So of course he's a better dude to you, because number one, you think he is better in general, subconsciously, and number two, you temper yourself and you take bass out of your voice when you're talking to him, versus the black man. He's got to earn my submission and my femininity. Is that fair?
I don't know if that's directed at anyone in particular, but it is
Yeah.
not. And I can't say that I'm necessarily anything. Just date whoever it is that you want. What I don't understand is that when someone who is a black woman talking about dating out with a white man, I'll just say, it's always someone else who got married. It's never that particular person. So they're living through the eyes of someone else, seemingly most of the time. And if I'm not mistaken, I don't know that this is high stat of black women marrying
No.
white men. Um,
No.
so whoever can go date whoever they want. My problem is, why is it that you got to degrade someone else just because you're going and doing that? So are you really, I'm not directing this at you, B. Taylor, I'm just speaking. If it's so wonderful and that's what you want to do and you're so happy, why keep sending, grabbing this hand back here to talk about these people? If you left them and you don't want them, let them be. That's my issue personally. With
Talk to the
people
black
carrying
man
on.
because I've never bashed a black man since I've been on.
I said I was not talking to you in particular. I'm just saying in the experience so far on YouTube, because it's only black women that come and say this crap. Someone just said yesterday, you are so smart. You have such great direction, but you just waste your time talking about black men. Now I had to fire her up, but
I got to push back on that, because it's also black men doing it too.
Thank you.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I'm not
anything,
saying that they aren't. I'm talking about what they're doing. That's what they're doing to me.
Well, I
That's
get it
what
from
they're doing
both
to me.
sides. I get it both sides. I'm a mammy. I'm a pick me,
Yeah.
which I am not at all. But I am also pro-black. I reference black relationships, and I want to see them grow and flourish, because we can't have a black community without nuclear black families. However, with the black men that also date out and go on about their business with other women, they still do it. I posted up something in my community tab. I had a video saying, respect black men, respect them. You see him at the Domino's table, go on and pick that man's plate up and ask him if he wants something to drink. That was it. In my comments, look at her old tattooed ass. She gone, save yourself, black man. I get it all the time.
Yeah.
So for me, what I am seeing in this space, and why I think it is important, and again, why I want to have this conversation for black women that are like mine, we might be different, but I think a lot of our goals are the same, and we are able to articulate it in a mature fashion. But my goal is that, or what I'm seeing is that a lot of men in this space are acting as if, or being the women they despise. So how is it that you're wanting Black women to be this way and to listen, and then you have Black women that are willing to, but then we get the same tactics that they were doing to Kevin Samuels, that they was doing to Obsidian, like they do to other people. So for me, that has been kind of my issue. Is I understand the divestors, and I think what Sade said, that it is a hate group. But then there's also a segment of men that do the exact same thing, and that has to be acknowledged too.
Man.
And I would just like to tack back to Obi's statement, if I may. I do have a slight bone to pick with the pro-Black position, and is this two things. The first thing is, at what price are we going to be pro-Black? I think one of the reasons why we are where we are today is because, and I got to give a hat tip to the Black feminists on this one. There was a time in Black American life where we had to be together. Okay, we had to go to HBCUs. We had to go to Black doctors. We had to, and you get the idea here. And it wasn't always good. You know, it wasn't always happy. And I mean, my proclivity, I don't make a big production out of it, you know, being pro-Black, so to speak. But I mean, I would like to see Black folks and whatnot together, but I would like to see them do that willingly and voluntarily of their own free will and be happy doing it. And the sense that I get from folks that are capital P, capital B, pro-Black is that, you know, it's almost like a top-down Politburo type of thing. You know what I mean? That you're going to do this, and your personal desires, needs, wants, priorities are kind of subordinate to that. You know, I even call it in one of my books, the mission. You know, it's the mission. You know, we you know, it's the community directive. You know what I mean? That's what kind of Black love is. We need to kind of dial that back. And that brings me to the second point, which is humanity is a sexually reproducing species. Sexual attraction matters. If you have no sexual attraction or very little of it, and you trying to, you know, screw it up, you know, get something going there, you know what you are? You're friends. Nothing happens. Sexual attraction matters. I think, and I'm not saying that this was bad or, you know, it was nefarious intent, but I think that the pro-Black position has given us the unintended consequence of us not recognizing how important sexual attraction is. That matters a lot. And for the ladies in particular, in the 21st century, if they cannot simply say, good guy, just not attracted to him, and people be, you know, looking at you like you got a third eye in the middle of your forehead, but hey, you know what I mean? If you can't do that, we're never going to move the needle here.
Yeah.
Let's get Shay's final thoughts, because I know she has to hop off, and then I want to respond to that. But go ahead, Shay.
Yeah, I do too.
Oh Lord, let me unmute you.
Yeah.
There you go.
I was gonna say, very interesting points as always, Mr. Obsidian. I do agree that I think, you know, I'm someone who's definitely advocates for Black love. We want to see that it be quality and improved, and I think shaming tactics are not going to work, obviously, for Black men at all. For really anyone in the community at this point, people are just trying to go for the best option, I think, all across the board. My question is, and I just sign off with this: why do we never really hear this kind of critique from people who are quote unquote pro-white? For example, you know, the Great Replacement theory is very much a wide and well accepted theory today. And there is this fear, as I'm sure you guys have heard of, you know, the declining birth rate, and very much this push to see white men and women come together and create kids. And I don't see, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't tend to see as much of a critique or even as much of an issue for that. So just curious your thoughts on that, on how, if we're even questioning the thought of whether or not pro-Black is wrong or whether or not it's progressive, why don't we hear those conversations happening among other communities? I don't hear Jewish communities saying, well, is this an issue Indian communities certainly aren't saying that. They are definitely dating and mating among their themselves. Chinese communities. Just curious your thoughts on why we're having conversations that seem to I don't seem to hear as much among other ethnic groups. I could be wrong on this, but I'm curious about that. So
I think you're right. I know the highest rate of people that date out is the Asian community at almost a 40% rate. But yeah, so but I don't think that you don't hear the Asian love. Let's get our Asian brothers and sisters together, because first, it wasn't any kind of systematic thing to tear them apart. Second, because you don't hear them also downgrading their culture. You don't hear them downgrading their women. You don't hear them downgrading the men. They do as they will. So it's been a complete push to divide us. And as of right now, we don't need white supremacy. We divide ourselves. And so for those that are wanting us, we are trying to champion something that has been for hundreds of years, something that mainstream media, politics, everything has been trying to tear us apart. So we're trying to champion something that never has been championed, or people I think never really wanted on a larger scale.
Right, absolutely.
Yeah.
Well,
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, I wish I could stay on, but like I said, I do have to go. But
Thank you.
Hey, thank you so much. It was fantastic having you.
I know it was. It's always good. Right. I told Shay I'm gonna go. I've been going to those divester stuff. They've been getting at her. Boy, last week they did a whole stream. They was like, "Come on up, mother." They was at her. And I said, "Girl, they at you. You want me to pull up?"
No, she's holding it down.
I was headed out of town. I was like, I don't have this. Like, I actually have life to live. Like, I don't have the time to be sitting on that Friday night arguing with avatars. Like,
they cannot stand you. I listened. I said it was a whole group of them. Bring her ass here. We got something for her ass. I said, sure.
Listen, I don't hate any of those women, but I'm not about to stand by and watch you promote like lynching Black men and talk about all mammies must die and be deleted and not think I'm going to say something. Like, I take personal issue with that. Divest if you can. The rates, we already know about 1% of white men in America today have a Black wife. So good luck with that. Do it if you can. But if you're going to go that route and try to get married by men who are really not likely to marry you, just don't go and bash other men in the process. And don't be over here promoting white supremacist talking points in blackface, think you're doing something slick. I take personal issue with that because it's dangerous.
Absolutely.
Look, you see that down there, Sade, with Crimson? I'm ready.
Oh, that'd be a firestorm. That'd be a firestorm.
I'm with you.
That's just for Shay.
I'll hit you up, Crimson.
I appreciate it, Shay.
All right. Thank
Take
you
care.
for having me. This has been awesome.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Absolutely. Take care. All right. So, like I said, I did want to make a point. I think, again, going back to the whole grace conversation, I think that's a big piece of Black men's anger. And part of the reason I'm so critical of the desegregation, and even now with the schools, what is it called? Critical race theory, is because when you don't teach history properly, you'll have people pedestalize their oppressor. And I think that's what's happening in our community, right? Like segregation or desegregation taught us that, oh, white man's ice is colder and it's better on the white side of town. Instead of us aiming our focus at rebuilding Black Wall Street. And that starts with us prioritizing ourselves romantically as well. On the other side, with critical race theory, when you don't teach kids history properly, what tends to happen is all the traumas that we're building up from our moms, from our dads, even the epigenetic trauma, we then see ourselves as our oppressor. Like if you talk to a lot of like feminist Black women, they'll talk as if black men are the oppressors. And then you have movies like Color Purple that kind of and every single Tyler Perry movie that kind of reinvigorate this idea that the big bad black man is holding you down, when that's categorically false. So for me, part of the reason why the whole black men and black women need to be together thing is because I want us to teach our children to prioritize themselves. I want us to teach our children to have better manners with ourselves than with white people. I don't want us to introduce a better, more palatable version of ourselves to the enemy, but we give each other bullshit. And that's what happens even when we're talking about like men and women. Like a lot of the dudes, for instance, who date white women, sometimes the ones who didn't necessarily, get traumatized, sometimes they introduce a more masculine, take charge, disciplined version of themselves to the white woman. And similarly, black women introduce a softer, more docile, less disagreeable, less belligerent version of themselves to the white man, even though the white man is the reason why you're belligerent and you're argumentative in the first place. So
Mm.
what
Oh, that was deep.
I,
That was deep.
and that's what pisses me off about this argument, because it's like we don't even like, on a deep level, we don't prioritize ourselves,
Mm-hmm.
and we're so quick to go find peace elsewhere, when like we completely skip over the fact that the people we're running to is the reason why black men are the way that they are, is the reason why black women have had to become the way that they are. So like, why don't you think we're taking this historical lens when we're talking about dating out versus pro-black love?
Because that's what you call, or people call, running in the victim Olympics. So it's the idea that I was never a slave, I was never oppressed. It's we are integrated now. We take on European standards as far as whatever. But it's the running in the victim Olympics. Whenever you want to understand the whys, and the whys have to do with what has been historically done. When you're talking to a group that are, a lot of people here is very, very conservative, pull your boots straps up and go on and work it. The immigrants did it. How come you can't? Kind of ideology. So no one wants to hear that anymore, because again, it's as if you're playing victim. But I've always said, and that's why people go to therapy. You're not necessarily a victim when you go to therapy. You're a survivor, because now you're understanding the whys of your behavior. So you don't have to redo them, and you don't have to bring it down to your children. That's how you break the generational curse. It's not playing victim. It's understanding the whys. And for some reason, a lot of people don't want to understand the why. But then again, those people that don't want to understand the why are the same people that are hurt calling folks mammies and saying people are SYSBM.
Sure.
What are your thoughts, B. Taylor?
Well, that was a lot. I can agree to a certain extent. I feel like with what are we calling them? The divestors?
Mm-hmm.
Are they called are these? I don't really know.
Yeah, it's that's their self-given name. Yeah, their entire premise is around the idea that black masculinity is inferior. That's kind of their calling card. So white men are the standard.
So like a Cynthia G.
They claim she's not a divester, but I guess.
Okay, so these women.
She says she's not a divester.
Oh, okay. You know, I don't know. I grew up different. I've been approached more by other races of men than black men. And I think a lot of other black women have experienced that as well, or dealt with colorism in the community, where they have had a distaste to date within the community because they felt left out. They felt just like a lot of black men will say, like, well, black women don't date men like me, so I'm gonna date out. I can kind of understand it, although I don't agree with it, because I do believe in black love. Like, my man is black. Like, I got a black man. But I've dated, and I tell him I've dated outside my race, and he looked at me like, what? But I feel like there's not enough black men for black women, and it's okay, but you don't have to, like you guys said earlier, you don't have to bash each other. Like, but what I've experienced is when black men do date outside their race, they do tend to bash. It's more so they're bashing black women than actually and praising whiteness over oh, she got her real hair, she got this, she got that. When they don't look at our community and why black women be wearing wigs, it's because for the longest we were told our hair was ugly, and that, that's the attention that you get. I made a video not long ago where I have a lot of hair under this weave. Like, y'all can go check me out. I have a lot of hair under it. For those who would be like, oh, you wear wigs, you probably bought. No, I have a lot of hair under here. But it's like when I was younger and I would wear my natural hair, it was like other races of men approach me. I get more compliments from white men when I wear my natural hair. And it could be a fetish thing, or they're just embracing the fact that that's different. That's exotic to them.
It's a fetish.
Y'all call it a fetish, but it may be exotic to them. Just like black men fetishize over mixed race women hair and how curly it is and everything. Oh, she got that good hair. She got the baby hairs and da 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 da. So it's the equivalent of white men saying, "Oh my God, I love your hair." Why is it that it can't be reciprocated on our end? It has to be a fetish. Well, that's a black man that's being fetishized as well.
No, I agree. I think I'm really critical of men as well, and that's why I have so many haters right now. But with that being said, I think what I kind of spend the most time talking about is the idea, and a lot of women bring this up. There are not enough men to go around. And my pushback has always been, of course they're not, when you keep selecting for bullshit, right? Like if you weed out every man who's under 6 foot tall, there are definitely not enough men to go around. If you weed out men who have to make 6 figures, there are definitely not enough men to go around. If you weed out men who aren't charismatic and they can't fight and rap and shoot and do poetry, then there are definitely not enough men to go around. But a lot of those things, a lot of those metrics that we're using to weed and literally just disenfranchise and dismiss black men who actually love your natural hair.
Yeah, he likes me wearing my natural. I mean,
exactly.
When we first started dating, I got on FaceTime with my natural hair poofed out this big and no makeup on it. He was smiling ear to ear because he was like, "Yes."
Exactly. And I've experienced that too. I've literally argued with my ex-girlfriend about the fake eyelashes. I told her I hate those things. I hate the wigs. But again, women have been socialized to dress up for social media and other women instead of the man at home. And then later on, without that education, they'll go perpetuating this narrative that black men don't like your natural hair. No, the peacock black men don't like your natural hair. The babies of the world don't like your natural hair. And unfortunately, a lot of women only see those men, right? Yeah. So my issue is, like, if we're going to have this narrative, we have to tell it all the way through. And we have to mention that, unfortunately, the representation that has been popular of black men are cheaters who don't like black women, who think you're ugly and this and that. It is not reflective of the majority of black men. And that's where this anger comes from. Because it's like we didn't get any of the pussy Future got, but we're getting blamed for everything that he does.
Not only that, but there's something else. There's that. But there's something else here. And again, I don't want to make it seem like I'm just, coming down on the pro-black position. But you can't be you can be disenfranchised from a vote. Okay? Love is not something that can be legislated or be adjudicated in the courts. Now, marriage can be, but not love itself or desire itself. So I have problems with this language of disenfranchisement and all. I'm sorry. A lot of black folks, look, this is going to be hard. This is going to be hard. Relationships ain't a right, man. Mating ain't. I mean, we can't do a march on Washington for this. I'm sorry, you just can't do that. It just doesn't work that way. And here's the other thing with that. It's true. A lot of sisters prefer, much taller guys and all the rest of it. Got that. My thinking is this, man. If you're the guy that's on the outside looking in, do you really want a woman to settle for you? Is that what you want?
Obsidian, yes, they do. And women do too. Here's the thing, what I'm learning. The whys doesn't matter just as long as I get the results that I want. So we can say that white men fetishize or white women fetishize with black men, but yet it's the attention, the validation is the end result. No one cares about the why, just as long as I'm getting that need met. So even with women, and we talk about our hair and our eyelashes, well, I can tell you, I get approached differently with my natural hair than a wig or a weave or my braids.
Yep.
I do.
Yep.
I get more attention with hair down my butt
Yes.
than my school teacher bun.
Yep.
So even though we hear black men saying it, but the results are completely different.
Well, I'll use this example. So I was talking to my daughter's mom earlier, and she told me that most of the responsible, and this is trivial, but she said the most responsible men I've ever met had Androids, not iPhones. Right. So with that being said, in this world, especially with the Gen Zs and the younger millennials, some girls literally will not text you back if your bubble is green. You're laughing because she knows it's a thing. Some girls will literally not text you back.
I understand what the significance of the dream is and why it's important.
So I say that
it's giving broke.
well, and I say that because on one hand we're telling this story that it's about the qualities, it's about the stuff that are gonna take you into long-term success in a relationship and marriage and the whole nine. And the data shows, if I polled people, the niggas with money have Androids, the responsible dudes have Androids. Yet and still, our women are literally dismissing men because their bubbles are not blue.
Well, I mean,
so what do we say about that?
Here again, we'll keep going. Look, we have to be honest about this. This is the reason why I talk about evolutionary psychology so much. Charles Darwin, came up with the theory for natural selection, but he could not explain why animals made it the way that they did. So he had to go back to the drawing board and he came up with the theory of sexual selection. You being able to survive means nothing if you don't replicate yourself. We are a sexually reproducing species. You get two people together, they're not attracted to each other. Guess what? Nothing happens. I love that scene in Gladiator. You know what I'm talking about, where Maximus goes to the fighting pits and Proximo tells him, "You sold me queer giraffes." Because they don't mate. They just walk around all day just eating. They don't mate. And black parents, and so on. We have a very weird and odd and tortured relationship with sex. There's a whole different kettle of fish. The bottom line for me is this: we have to get a lot more comfortable talking about this. Sexual attraction matters, man.
It does.
Bottom line,
Agreed.
It does.
Obsidian. Go
ahead.
I'm not going to push back because it does, especially for Black women. We want to think that you are fine and we want to be sexually attracted. And I think because our community is so driven off sex, we are. From all the twerking, half naked on, showing your titties off, we're starved for validation. However, when women are honest about that and say, no, I want a man that's attractive, then it's deemed as being masculine. Because as a woman, and this is what I've been told and heard multiple times, that as a woman, you shouldn't be worried about sexual attraction. The man's purpose is to be a protector and a provider. Mm-hmm. So you wanting to be sexually attracted to someone is what men look for in a woman. So that's showing that you are masculine and showing a masculine trait when you are also putting in the equation physical attraction to a man.
So this is what I'll say. I absolutely think sexual attraction matters. Absolutely. However, because I'm a fan of Esther Perel, right? And she talks about sexual attraction. What we consider sexual attraction is heavily colored by culture. right? So, for instance, I came to this country when I was 8 years old. My ideal woman was light skin, ambiguous, curly hair. Now, when I finally started getting the proper education of context, and I started asking myself, why do I not find my reflection attractive? That flipped the switch. Now, unfortunately, a lot of the things that we're seeing, men being attracted to the curly hair, that goes back to colorism. That is a consequence of slavery and the post Civil War era. When we look at the big boobs and the butt, we have to talk about Sarah of Venus, right? The woman who was literally put in a zoo because she was built like a black woman, and white people fetishized it. So a lot of these things we're talking about have to be colored by context, and we can't simply just say, oh, and the other piece too is, even when we're talking about women being attracted to thugs, 9 times out of 10 it's trauma bonding. 9 times out of 10 I'm attracted to dudes who were like my ain't shit dad. So I'm encouraging women to add a little bit more hesitation and nuance to literally, oh, I'm just what I find attractive, because nine times out of 10 what we find attractive is bullshit.
You know,
And we have to be willing to investigate that, is what I'm saying.
you know, the irony here, and this was something that Miss B. Taylor said earlier this evening. You know, the irony here with Kevin was that if more brothers would have done what he did, not said what he said or tried to say what he said and just leave it at that. No, do what he did. Get suited and booted, look good, smell good. They would actually boost their chances of being successful with women, and the science bears it out. There have been all kinds of scientific studies around the world that say that women prefer a suited and booted man over a man that doesn't.
Mhm.
That's the deep irony here.
I think it depends on
Like a smelling
the
good man that's dressed up. And
I will say it's a generational thing, because there's Gen Zers, they don't like the suited and booted. It's
And
intimidating.
they suffer for it.
What
And they suffer.
but again, what I'm talking about is, like, when I'm giving my 17-year-old brother advice, I'm telling him, yes, suited and booted is going to have better long-term success for you. But today, you will get looked over for being a suited and booted 17-year-old or
what
20-year-old.
age are we talking about? Because if we're talking about kids, they like the thug, they like what's trending because they're easily influenced. They're gonna go with whatever their peers are.
Agreed.
Are we talking about grown women and men? Then
Yeah.
that's a different caliber.
People our age, and that's the other thing too. Let's be honest here. There's a tendency on the part of black folk. I don't know why this is, but there's a tendency on the part of black folk when we have these conversations, these dating and mating and black love discussions. We act like everybody is like 21. Stop it, man. We got people that's in there. I'm 53. We got people my age that's still trying to figure this out. Most of the brothers that was that Kevin was trying to work with were not teenagers. They weren't guys in their 20s. They weren't guys in their 30s. I've actually witnessed, said brothers in the chat room, oh no, we didn't push back on Kevin. Bull crap. I actually witnessed Kevin getting savaged in 2018 for daring to suggest to brothers, listen, man, if you want to move up the corporate ladder, cut your hair, do something with your beard, and wear a suit. Brothers that were 40 and 50 were arguing him down in the chat room for it. So stop it.
Mm-hmm.
Do what works. Suited and booted works. Period.
I'm with you on that, and that's, I think we're missing each other, because I am a suited and booted guy just by default. That's even how I found Kevin. I didn't find Kevin because of average at best. I found him because of the cologne stuff. So I was the dude in college who showed up with a briefcase. Like, I was that guy. With that being said, when I'm having conversations with men and they're talking about what is effective in the corporate boardroom versus what is effective with women, it is two different things.
Oh really?
Unfortunately, I wish it wasn't, but it's literally two different things.
Well, how do you explain all these sisters night in and night out lining up to hear Kevin begging him, rate me? They would call up, they asking him to rate me. He could be talking about, souffles, and here they come. I want you to rate me.
But again, Kevin is not reflective of the average man, is what I'm saying. Kevin was a well-known man, so clout is a big thing. Kevin had money. Kevin's name was, but I'm talking about literally a guy on the street. If I call up my boys right now and I ask them, would you get more pussy with your Nike suit or with your Michael Kors suit? They will tell me they would get more pussy with their Nike suit.
You know what? You're on. Because I was just last month. You're on. I'll take you on. Because I was just last month. Just last month, I'm out. You know, I had an event. I go out. I'm suited and booted, nice hat, the whole bit. I can't get 15 steps before black and white women trying to stop me on the street. All right? Nowhere near as famous as Kevin. They might have recognized him. They wouldn't recognize me. I guarantee you, I put those brothers in the suit, had them walk down on Rittenhouse Square, the same result would happen. I had sisters hitting on me in the Apple store. Come on, man.
It depends on the age you're trying to attack.
I think it's an age thing.
It's definitely but this is what I'm saying. It's definitely an age thing, right? It's definitely an age thing. However, right, this is what and shout out to, I think his name's Alan Roger Curry. Women tend to compartmentalize men, right? And if she puts you in the husband zone, you won't get no pussy. So a lot of dudes, you know what I'm saying? So if you are the suited and booted guy, she will put on for you, and you won't have the success that you think you're supposed to have. So she'll tell you, oh, you're great, you look good, you smell good. But as far as being able to close the deal, the Nike suit closes the deal more often than not.
Brother,
and that's the reality.
Okay, so let me push back, because I can talk about like my college days or even going back to homecoming and the men that were the most popular that all the women wanted. And they were the Greek men that was suited and booted, charismatic. They held themselves to a standard. And you would look at them, the Kappa brothers, the FIA.
Yes.
You would look at them and be like, Jesus, come on with your
With
cake.
the little bow tie.
I mean, so those were the men that we reverenced, because not only did they were suited and booted, but they was charismatic, and we wanted to know more about them. So we saw that image as having it all. They were smart. You had to have a GPA. Obviously, they had dues. So, okay, they had a couple of dollars, but they dressed the part, and then they act the part. And they knew how to talk to women. Now, Kappa and Alpha mans, those cute dogs whisper in your ear.
Listen, and you know, the thing about it, like I said, I'm not pushing back against the suited and booted, because by default, I am a suited and booted dude. With that being said, as a suited and booted, I'm 29 years old, so I'm speaking about that generation. As a suited and booted dude off top who knows how to switch it up, I have more success. Y'all talking about the hair stuff, right? The braids version. I have more success in the other stuff than in the suit. Like, the suit gets me the compliments, it gets me stopped, or whatever the case may be. But and ARC talks about it, the wholesome pretenders, right? Right. Women tend to box me into he's a potential boyfriend, a potential husband. Right. So guess what? She shows me the better, more polished version of herself that she's not as comfortable being. Whereas like the futures allow her to be her full and nuanced self.
Well, here's the problem with that. Here's the problem with that. The problem with that is the studies tell us that it's the married people who have the most sex and the best quality of sex.
I
can't speak on that.
Just like you said, when a woman wears like the wigs and the makeup and stuff, what type of men they're attracting. So your tracksuit is attracting the type of women that's gonna easily give it up. Maybe your suit is attracting wives and quality woman, that a woman that's like, oh, he looks like he got it together. I feel qualified enough to talk to him. While the other ones are like, he looks like he about, that's not what I'm working. That's not what I, want. I want to just have fun. I want to have fun. That's what
doing. The problem here is that I don't know why this is. It's a cultural thing. I mean, we can go into it, but for whatever reason, Black people are very averse to studies, to data, to statistics. We resist it. And we go by what we see and draw inferences from it. Just because Future is getting a lot of women don't mean that he's having good sex, man.
Didn't you can say most of the women smell anyway?
You did say 8% of women smell.
A lot of the industry
down there
smell.
Like I said,
and this is especially true if you're a younger man. I've been there. Yeah. When you're a younger man, listen. What do you want to happen here? Because if what you want to happen is some serious freaky sex, get a steady girlfriend. That's what you're looking for. Get a steady. Now, if you just want a rotation and it don't matter, great, go for that. But if you want some seriously freaky, sexy stuff, there's a reason why the older folk are the main ones hitting up all the sex clubs. You don't see no young bucks in there. It's all older folks, man.
I guess the point I'm trying to make is it kind of goes back to the first point. What women are saying they want on paper versus the things that they're incentivizing out in these streets are two different things.
Yeah, and then what happens after that? Are they happy campers? Nope. He ain't this. He ain't that.
No, listen. I'm trying to encourage. I'm trying to encourage the suited and booted guys to adopt a tracksuit mentality sometimes.
No, here's the thing, though. Look at the women. Look at the guys.
Gotta be both.
look at the women who are mated with these guys. They're not the ones that are burning off Steve Harvey's ear. They're not the ones that are lining up to see Tony Gaskins. Think about why that is. The studies tell us the people that are the most successfully mated and married, they getting it in.
Hey, Michonne, I want to throw you in here. What are your thoughts on this whole suited versus tracksuit versus what women are saying versus what's being rewarded? What are your thoughts on that?
I think there can be a happy medium, because just because you're in a tracksuit doesn't mean that you're like a thug. Because I'm thinking that's what we're saying here, and that's not true. And obviously, if you dress up, you're definitely going to get more attention. And I'm thinking that someone said that if a younger person looks at you as suited and booted, I think it may have been you, Alan, that said that that person will get looked at as a husband or a boyfriend and may not get as much play as someone else.
It gets friend zoned,
yeah, and I wouldn't disagree with you from that perspective. But I think that it can be, because somebody in the chat, I think they said when Courtney said Greek, that before they pledged, they were in the tracksuits. And having been to college and having had dated Greeks, I would say that may be true, but they kind of can do both. So get you a man that can do both. That's what I would say.
Absolutely. And we can't downplay or underscore the fact that Kevin's put togetherness also got him called gay. Right. Our community in particular, we're not familiar with a certain expression of masculinity. Even Kappas get called gay regularly.
Yes, they
By
do.
who they getting called gay by? Exactly.
Women.
Black women.
Well, okay, so let's unpack this. Why are these women calling guys? And I can tell you now, I've been called gay. I think it's fair to say that if you're a black man, you got anything going for you, at some point a woman will call you gay. And the reason why she's gonna call you gay is because you rejected her. I went out on a date one time with a sister. My buddy set me up with her. And, because I'm trying to be, a nice guy, here we go with that, show her a good time. If she wants to go back to the boudoir and get it in, it wasn't my type. And I tried to, and I eventually extricated myself. She went right back to my buddy and said, your friend ain't so-and-so, he gay, and all the rest of it. That's black women's way of saying that, you know how brothers do when they holler at a sister on the street, and you know what happens if she don't reciprocate. Well, the profanity starts happening. That's black women's profanity. Call you gay.
Well, not always. Women, for one, don't take rejection well. I can admit that women do not like rejection. So if you're rejecting her and she's used to men coming up to her and you're rejecting her, she's like, well, what's wrong with him? He must be gay. Now, Kevin Samuels, he was a little sassy. He was a little sassy a little bit. That one photo that was going around where he was like this. I don't know if it was photoshopped or not, but he was like this, and and they call him Miss Kitten Hills because he was just a little bit more feminine. There are men, and like the Kappas, they are feminine. They shimmy, they dance, they're a little bit feminine, and I think women kind of say that. Women say that because they're in their femininity. They're not as masculine.
Well, I think our idea of what a masculine man is completely off. I think that when we think about a masculine man, it's exaggerated. It's you have to be rough, gunshots in you got to be 50 cents. So that's our idea of masculinity. And I think that's been the idea of what Black man is supposed to be. You're supposed to be that strong. But then if we understand, again, understanding the whys, and how are you going to have this strong masculine man raised with women? You can't have it that way. If they was raised with mama, sister, and auntie, doesn't mean they're gay, but they might have some feminine trait. They might be more into their feminine side because they were raised with femininity, with women in the house. But it doesn't necessarily mean that they're gay.
Yeah, actually
So-
I actually been I will admit that I actually asked a guy before that I was dating, you know, has he ever been with a man, because he was raised around women. And he was just snapping his neck a little too well and rolling his neck a little too well. Where I was like, "Oh, you're doing it better than me." Like,
But see, and this is where the pro-Black shit comes in for me, because when I was asked if I was gay, was in college, and I was walking to class, and this girl that I knew stopped me, and she was like, "Alan, I hope you don't take offense to this, but you know, are you gay?" And you know, I was kind of taken aback, but I was curious. I was like, why would you even like ask me that? She said, well, because at the time in college, I was kind of like that dude a little bit. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay.
And she asked me, she was like, "You're over this organization, that organization. Everybody likes you. These girls like you. This, and that. But whenever I see you walking, I don't see you walking with women." So like her expectation was for me to be a womanizer, because again, that is the image of Black men. And because I didn't fit that expectation, I must not be all the way a Black man. I must
Well,
be gay.
I can explain to you why she did, though. If in case you don't know already, I can explain to you why she did.
Talk to me.
Because you were very active during your college years in extracurricular activities that did not relate to sports, that related more to, for lack of a better way of putting it, community building. So you know, the whole NAACP thing, and you know, being civic minded and all that sort of thing. And those type of things, especially if you had any type of authority or leadership capacity or high profile standing, those are all markers of status. Women are drawn to men of status. Okay. So I can understand why she would make the assumption that a brother in your position at that time, you know, they tend to have at least one, and let's be honest here, quite a few ladies. So I understand why she made the association. It's very easy to see.
Well,
most brothers are not socially adroit. Most brothers are not socially aware. Black men don't get involved in politics and civics to the degree that women do. And this goes back to the whole thing with Kevin. Kevin was very socially adroit, had a high degree of social awareness and emotional intelligence. Most men, and this is going to sound harsh, a lot of brothers are very sensitive to being critiqued, but it's just the truth. A lot of brothers come across to most women as emotionally flat, to tell you the truth.
Right. Okay. No, I'm with you on that. I think my issue with it, as being somebody who is, you know, pro-Black and conscious, is like we're incentivizing the wrong behavior, and we're trivializing the right behavior.
Now,
so the type of men
is wrong. What you did is wrong. You being involved in the NAACP was wrong.
No. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is, like, women don't question the thug sexuality, but they question the community organizer and the leader sexuality. So it's because I'm concerned about the next generation. It's telling the next generation that your masculinity will be more easily accepted if you are this pseudo masculine archetype versus the suited and booted guy who's involved and in leadership and this and that. So like, I think that's dangerous, because obviously I'm not gay, but for me, it spoke to why is her expectation of a dude who's put together, whatever the case may be, that something must be wrong with him. But in the same breath, there's nothing wrong with Future. He just needs a little polishing or whatever the case may be.
There's something wrong with Future.
But again, that's not the prevailing narrative. Future's sexuality doesn't get a question. Kevin's does.
Well, okay, so let's look at it at this. So by his own admission, right, speaking to Kevin, we all saw him together with Future and the whole mock thing of him going to a therapist and stuff. By his own admission, his sex life sucks. By his own admission. I mean, if that's not a confession, I don't know what it is. The word has no meaning. He confessed that not only is he not satisfied, I mean, in other words, he's trying to fill himself up with all these different women. Not only is that not working, but it's extremely expensive. So he's losing he's losing coming and going on this. And we all see the video. At the end of the video, the woman that he's splurging on is with some other knucklehead. So he's coming all the way around being a loser. What brother wants to look up to that?
Exactly. Future's not winning.
Michonne, I see you have to head out. What are your final closing thoughts? Also, Maz, please put her channel in the chat. Y'all go over there and hit that subscribe button. Excellent content creator.
Thank you so much. And thanks, Courtney, for having me. You guys are awesome. Great conversation. Shout out to all you guys. There's a lot of work that needs to be done, regardless of where they want to go, who they want to go with. Again, just do whatever you need to do, whether it's therapy and whether it's white man, whether it's black man, just do whatever it is you need to do to make yourself happy and do it for yourself and not because someone else said or someone else did. That would be my last 2 cents. And I'll bid you all a good night and thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Thank you for being here. Take care of yourself. All right. B. Taylor, how much time do we have left with you?
I mean, let's keep the conversation going. I see the comments are like, get it off. That's okay. I like stirring the pot,
Okay,
we all agree with everything.
Yeah.
Let's
Did
do
you
it.
guys want to take anybody to come up? I had a question, or someone that has a question or anything. I don't know whatever you want to do. Let me back up.
What are your thoughts,
brother?
Because I think most of them are they want to talk to you.
Let me share with you all a crazy theory I had. Since the question on the floor is women in the black manosphere.
I know, because we ain't really talked about that for real.
Yeah, I had a crazy I had a crazy theory. This is when Kevin was still alive, right? So you might I'm not going to assume Miss B. Taylor knows the name. But I know Courtney and I think Alan would know who she is. This lady by the name of April Mason. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And April Mason's very attractive older lady, right? And some while back, she made an announcement that she was getting out of the coaching women business, and she gave her a reason. And I had said to Kevin at the time, I said, listen, now I'm not saying you need to do this, but what would really work is that she approached you for a crash course in being an image consultant for men. She'll make $1 million within a year. Brothers will love her, and I'm gonna tell you the reason why. See, a lot of brothers have moms like her. There are a lot of hot mamas that are mamas in Black America. Mm-hmm. And black men pay attention to what they moms say.
Right.
Okay. Now a younger woman couldn't do it. A younger woman couldn't pull it off. She wouldn't have the gravitas. But she, in her 40s, very attractive, she could pull it off. Now I guarantee you, if she said the exact same thing that Kevin said when he was dealing with men, you see a whole bunch of brothers out here suited and booted.
Mm-hmm.
With them heaving bosoms like that, dark and lovely heaving bosoms. Yeah.
Why do you think April Mason had so much pushback? Because at first people were championing her, but then she made, I think, some comments which I kind of agreed with. Now my recollection, is a little old, but she was saying that men were the byproduct.
That's the reason why. That's the reason why.
Getting it together. So her idea was women get in shape, get your whole life, and the man would be the byproduct of that.
Yeah, black women ain't going to listen to that. Now, the byproduct thing was her attempt to try to save herself, try to recover it. But of course, that came at the price of completely alienating the brothers. So listen, I've studied the Black love machine. Okay, I've studied it very closely firsthand, boots on the ground. Black women do not want to take their black love advice from black women, especially if you halfway decent looking. Forget it. Like Melanie King can't say anything to black women. She better not ever try to say anything to black women. She'll be persona non grata.
Also, a lot of Melody King, is that the one that was close to Kevin Samuels?
That's
right?
correct.
I think a lot of black women also don't want to take advice from her because she is the preference. So her experience in the black dating world is very different than a lot of darker skinned women.
Correct. And here's the trick though. But here's the trick. You're right about that. Matter of fact, there's another name. She's not in the black manosphere, but Kevin did interview her shortly before he died. Shan Bodie, right? She's like sex right? Out on the West Coast.
Oh, the Indian chick.
Yeah, she's in the same.
She's not Indian.
She's like a younger version of.
No, but she's not black.
She's mixed. Yeah, her dad is black.
Yeah, out of Canada. Yeah.
I thought both her parents were Indian. I didn't know she was black.
She's part black. She's part black. But you're right. She's Canadian. That's a whole different kettle of fish. But in any event, she kind of reads to me as like a younger Melanie King. And Miss B. Taylor is correct. Sisters will not cotton very well because they're going to say, well, look at you. You're able to, kind of walk on water and so on and so forth. Okay, got that. Here's the problem, though. This is where sisters hang themselves with the colorism thing. See, April Mason, name the brother that's going to kick her out of her bed, out of his bed. Name him.
But what does she look like? You gotta look like the
dark.
You gotta have the body. I don't know
if she is black. She's like 10%. I'm looking at her parents right now.
But how does her body look? Because it's like if you don't fit in the box of like
Alan, you want to do the honors, Alan?
What was the question?
She said, "What does her body look like?" You want to do the honors? You're looking at.
But I know is you talking about April Mason?
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Oh, I'm looking at Shan Booty.
Yeah, April Mason's body is banging.
Exactly. So she fits into like, yes, she dark skinned, but her body, like you gotta fit into that box to be accepted as well.
Well, I mean, but that kills the argument about colorism.
Yeah, you have to go through hoops of being built like a stallion.
Well, but it kills the argument. See, this is what I mean when I say when sisters paint themselves in corners. When they paint themselves in corners, because April Mason is in her latter 40s, she's a grandmother, she's got short hair, and name me the brother that's going to kick her out of the bed.
It wouldn't.
I don't really.
She don't really do it for me personally, but I feel you though.
Okay, so he's one. You will kick her out of your bed.
Yeah.
Cap.
Well, hold on.
Stop the cap.
Wait a minute, Alan. Who are you talking about?
Both
April
of them.
Mason so both of them.
Both of them. Man. I'm not attracted to either of them.
Do you believe that, Courtney?
Do you see my face?
I mean, I feel you. I'll tell you.
You see my...
The reason why I'm not attracted to Shan is because I'm not really attracted to white women. The reason I'm not attracted to April is I might be tripping, but she has like a masculine-ish energy about her. And they saying cap, but I'm telling you, but yeah, they don't do it for me.
Well, if that's your idea, Matt, well, you know what? I ain't gonna say anything. Anyway, all right. So like, my point is that the whole colorism thing that some sisters, and I do agree with you, Miss B. Taylor. I think that if Melanie King was to try to, aim, put her aim toward black women, she would likely get slapped with that. Fair enough. But the problem is you got women, and we can debate how common or rare an April Mason is. That's a fair debate. I'm just simply saying that if you putting all your eggs in the colorism basket, then how do you explain April?
I think that's a fair point to say that her body is better than average, so that gives her. It's kind of like you can be dark skinned, but if you have good hair, you will benefit from texturism, or light eyes. So
light eyeism was that?
Yeah, there's nuance to it. Yeah,
iridologyism. Where's the stop?
But okay. I think that's a good point though.
So, Obsidian, are you trying to say that colorism doesn't exist?
What I'm saying is it's overblown. It's just like with height. It's just like with heightism. I'm 5'7".
Yeah.
Yes, being a shorter in Black America, especially, being a shorter man is a challenge. Is it a death sentence? No.
Oh, I agree with that. I agree with that. And I think, and that's kind of been my argument to women. It's like if you don't have a 40-inch vertical, work on your handles, work on your jump shot, right? But if you expect to reap the benefits of having a 40-inch vert, I'm using basketball as a metaphor, you won't succeed. So for the women who might not be conventionally attractive, whatever the case may be, there are other ways that they can compete. But since everybody thinks that they are, a 10, then they don't do the extra work.
Well,
Everybody thinks they have a 40-inch vert, so they don't work on their handles.
well, what's interesting about that. Now I'm doing it was a brother in the chat room. I don't know if he's still here. He was suggesting that I was just hitting on women with walkers and that sort of thing. It's funny because, or I was getting hit on by women with walkers. Now it's funny because I'm doing a experiment right now on Bumble and Tinder, right? Testing out online dating, because how you gonna be a dating coach for the non-select guy? You don't actually do dating stuff, and online dating apps in particular are here to stay. And so I said, okay, let me try out Bumble, let me try out Tinder, and Bumble, I immediately started getting ladies that were quite younger than me hitting me up, and I just got hit up today on Tinder by the same ladies. I also got hit up by ladies that are older too. But my point is to the brother in the chat room that suggests that I'm only getting the Geritol crowd. Keep on dreaming.
Tell them about it, old man.
Yeah.
That's
And they know that I'm 5'7". They know that. I put that right up front. That they say, okay, so men lie about two things. Both men and women lie on online dating. They both do. So, or as we call it, catfishing. Okay. Men lie most about their height and their income. Women lie most about their age and their weight. And the average age of a dating profile picture is somewhere between 2 and 5 years. Okay. So
Wow.
they'll post a picture that's like at least on average about 3 years old. Now my pictures I try to keep as current as possible. Nothing is older than like 8-9 months. So yeah, you try to keep it current. You want to let so if you're a guy, you want to let women know right off the rip. If you're a shorter guy, let her know right away. Don't try to hide it. Anything else about you. I walk with my canes and walking sticks. They see that right in the picture. The other thing too with guys take horrible pictures, man. Because there's this idea that, especially Tinder, and there is truth to this. We have to be careful on Tinder and other dating apps. It is true about what we call the 80-20 rule. That Chad and Tyrone's kind of getting on. There is a ring of truth to it. But what a lot of brothers don't admit, or a lot of guys don't admit, is that they really take really bad pictures, man. Women are much better at it, for better or for worse. Women are much more likely to get professional photography shoots done. Guys get crappy phones. And I think this might have something to do with what you were saying earlier, Alan, about the ladies who won't hit you back if they think you got an Android instead of an iPhone. I have to say, I got a Pro Max iPhone, and I got to tell you, the picture quality is off the chain. I have to admit that it is. It's off the chain, man. So if you're a guy and you're not inclined to get a professional photographer shoot done, get an iPhone and have your don't do selfies yourself. Get your buddy to take really nice pictures of you with an iPhone. If that's how you gonna roll.
Or you can just get a stand or, pop it up. But I will say this, and now I don't know before we end if you wanted to take a couple people that wanted to call in.
Okay.
But I know when I go and respond in my messages that I get on IG or Facebook, and I'll get the nicest messages, and then I go to their profile, and it's like an anime character, or no pictures, or they're dark and gloomy looking. And again, we can't deny that the package also matters. Like, you're presenting yourself, and I think of it as in when I sell my house. I'm not going to sell my house and think I'm going to get the highest bid if I just have people walk in and I got shoes and underwear and bras on the floor. No, I'm going to clean my house. I'm going to get someone to stage it to make it look its best. And even though I can understand when men are saying, and maybe it is a little bit masculine where women are focused on looks, maybe a little bit too much than character and what that man really is. But if you know a thing and if you know that presentation matters, then take heed to it. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And again, I don't think there's anything wrong with a man saying, I want my woman to look good. You should.
Yeah.
Your woman should be on your arm banging.
We live in a
You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to be that.
Yeah. We
But
live
it
in a social media
matters.
age. We live in a social media age. And the guys and the girls who are winning in the social media, the IG era, are the people that have a natural affinity for that. There've been all kinds of psychological. To be brutally frank, I'm just gonna go ahead and say this: people that are more imbued with dark triad traits tend to be the people that do really well on social media, IG, and TikTok and that sort of thing in particular. So people that are much more narcissistic. And I'm just being honest, man. We are in that age, and then we're not going. It's not going to stop.
And I think the phone thing is the perfect metaphor because I work in tech. I'm a nerd, low key, and objectively, Androids are superior phones. and what I mean by that, number one, when you look at like the camera quality, Android cameras are actually better. Why iPhone is so hyped up is because they have superior software, right? So the metaphor is, are we hyping up people's hardware or their software? Right, because obviously iPhone and Apple also has the marketing beast behind it and the whole nine. But a lot of people don't know Samsung actually manufactures iPhone screens. So again, if we keep incentivizing software niggas instead of hardware, who's going to stick with me for 20, 30, 40 year type of men, we'll continue to see these results. So again, ladies, rethink this whole iPhone and Android conversation because I think it's a little deeper, and I got both. I think it's a little deeper than y'all realize.
Well, I mean, this is what I say to a lot of guys over in my end of the woods. Look, man, the jumbotron that's what I call social media. The jumbotron is very real. Black women in general, black women in particular, are very black women have been wired, evolved to be very sensitive to what the environment tells them is a good mating choice or not. So what gets promoted is what they tend to go for. So for the guys, for the Android guys, so to speak, they got to get real good at marketing themselves.
Facts. I agree with that.
Here's the problem with a lot of the Android guys. A lot of the Android, Kevin talked about this a lot. A lot of the Android guys see that sort of thing as frivolous and beneath them and almost contemptuous. And that kind of it's very it can be done, but it's very difficult for a man to kind of have a poker face that a woman can't detect. It's very hard.
That's a fact.
Usually, if you have contempt for something, like either contempt for her or contempt for something that she values or something like that, she's gonna pick up on that. So a lot of guys that are the Android guys, to use your analogy, the Android guys kind of look down on the soft skills. They see it as frivolous.
That's true.
And a waste of time. And I'm going to be brutally frank about it. Beneath them.
Right.
That they need to be focused on the hard stuff, the stuff that matters.
Right.
And they need to focus on the facts. They need to focus on the data. And I'm sorry. That doesn't work with ladies. That's a hard thing to say, but it's the truth.
Right.
It's just like I can't do certain things and text certain things with you, and
that's why I got both.
with you, like it's just an inconvenience.
Right. Well, I'll say this because YouTube actually allows you to see the operating system of your viewers, and most of my viewers are actually Android users. So shout out to the gang. But I want y'all to go look at y'all's like
I need to go. I
you
need
know
to
what I'm
see that.
saying.
I
Go
want to.
see who your main users are, and it'll kind
Subscribe
of tell
in
you.
my audience.
Listen, community builders are Android men. That's a
Well,
fact.
let me say this. I did a show a while ago about the Steve Urkel effect and how a lot of Black men, like the nerdy types, feel overlooked. But then I also said that a lot of people forget about the Myras and to forget about the nerdy girls as well too. Now, Alan, you said I'm in tech as well. A lot of people don't know that, but I build computers. I can build you a computer. I work for a corporation where I build and configure computers. So I understand the nerdy type. When I was younger in middle school, I wanted to be an astronomer because I had an obsession with the universe and stars and planets and galaxies. And to this day, I have a thing for aliens. Don't ask me why, but I do. I love sci-fi. But I do know that people that get to know me get to see that side, but my presentation matters. When I get off here and I get my glasses on, I'm nerd girl Courtney, but I present myself a way that I know that is more attractive than me being the nerd girl that I am. So I understand it's a balance of both. I'm going to be a nerd regardless, but yet I understand that presentation matters. And I got to, if I'm going to be on here, I'm going to brush my hair, I'm going to light it up, I'm going to put on a little lipstick, put on nice little clothes because presentation matters. And that goes for men and women. So be who you are.
I have to like cape for the fellas for a second.
Go ahead. I'm trying out for Myra's.
Because we talk about grace, right? And unfortunately, and it's like I simultaneously say to men that you need to be better at being multifaceted, but men's default setting is to be myopic. Right. If a man is a hardworking man, that is his focus. That is, and nothing else really matters outside of that. Women tend to be the ones who can switch focus quickly and be flexible and be a bunch of things that are, in direct conflict with one another. But to have that expectation of men, I think is unfair. But I still encourage men to learn to be the Nike suit and the suit guy. But baseline, I think it's important we give men the grace of understanding that typically it's either or. Real quick, let me read the super chat by Marlaki. Malarkey 5. Okay. Greetings from the UK, sister Courtney Michelle. Thank you for supporting our brothers and being B1 100% of the time. Glad you survived all the madness you had to endure. God bless you.
Thank you. That's
the love is real.
He's been rocking me for a while. I adore him. He's been there through the ups and downs.
Absolutely. So we got some people backstage. Should I bring them all up or should I do one at a time? What do you think?
One at a time because we'll be on here for hours.
All right, cool. So we're gonna keep them short and sweet, but we'll pull you guys up here one at a time. We're not gonna be here till 2:00 today. But let me start with Kevin. Kevin C. How you doing, brother?
Hey, hello. How's everybody doing?
Good. How are you?
Good to see you again.
Hey, I'm doing all right. Everybody's on the panel. Courtney, Obsidian. We need to talk. Good show, man. You always do really good stuff. Appreciate the conversation that you bring to the stage. I don't know Mrs. Taylor, but I assume she's a good lady doing good things. That being said, so that's the deal. Software dudes, that's who's winning out here. Is that what we're doing? We're not picking protection. So protection, provisioning, problem solving, leadership, character, integrity. We're not doing that. We're just looking at, does he have a blue dot, a green dot? Is that what we're doing now? Because I'm gonna challenge that.
Fair question. It's a fair question.
Yeah, that's because that. So again, this kind of goes back to this is what women say they want, but what are they actually picking? And dudes are pushing back on that. And just a real quick point too, and I'll try to do this in 5 minutes or less and get it all out. Okay, Kevin Samuels, gay or not, I doubt it. And the reason is that if he was really gay, would you even make fun of that? Would you make reference to it? Because we know when you make fun of LGBT folks, that's serious business out here. All right, black, white, Asian, it doesn't matter. So people probably should stop doing that. That would be my advice on it. But anyway, that's kind of the way I would think about that. And as far as April Mason, now I'm married, but I wouldn't kick her out of bed. Because, She's in my age range. She's a hot, nice looking older woman. But when we say that there are not enough good black men available, the men who know the numbers, the facts, the data, the statistics, we're going to push back on that. When you look at the things that actually matter, okay, economically speaking, you got black men that are 60% or better as it relates to being in the middle class. We're talking about solid middle class black men. That's 60% or better black men. We know there's at least 60% of black men who do not have criminal records. That automatically, disqualifies you. I'm not saying it disqualifies you completely, but if you got a criminal record, you probably should stay away from those guys. You still got 60% of black men to choose from. We know that we have a lot of black men who've never been married with no kids. We got the facts, the data, and the statistics to actually prove that. So when women say that there's not enough black men, that are available, okay, if guy's never been married, he's got no kids, he's middle class or better, he doesn't have a criminal record. So the only thing you got left now are those actual characteristics I just talked about: provisioning, problem solving, leadership, character traits, and is he handsome enough? So if he's not handsome enough, then that's fine. Just say that. Just like Mamiya was talking about. If we would just admit that, then guys will accept that. Because here's what that does. What that allows men to do is go, oh, okay, well, I got all this going for me, but if I'm not attractive enough, well, then shoot, I'm gonna go where I can, where the women are who will find me attractive. That means they're going out of the country, SYSBM, right? That women hate, but that's the thing. If we know that women don't find us attractive here, they'll go someplace else and get themselves a nice black woman who finds them attractive, who appreciates all those character traits that I just talked about. To include, if they don't leave the States, they'll just go to another race of women. So if that's what the case is, then just say that. It's almost as if women don't want to say that because they want those guys in reserve and just say, well, there's not enough good black men, when the men know very well that that's not the case. We know when you're intelligent and you have done the research and then you having these conversations, and not just online, I'm talking about in real life, in the barbershops, in the locker rooms, at the family reunions, all of this stuff. Some guys look at me like I'm crazy. Like, how do you know all this stuff? Because I've done the research. If you know anything about black people, you're supposed to know your people. You're supposed to know what the data is. So when women say that, it doesn't make sense to me. It does not compute. It's much easier just to say, look, I don't find those guys attractive, and leave it at that, and let those guys go and find somebody else versus, using that as an excuse. Which brings me to the other point. A lot of women mention colorism, right? We talked about it already. I think Mamiya mentioned it. Colorism. Okay, look, I'll be honest with you. If I were a dude out here looking for a woman and I was trying to get married, or even if I wanted a woman for a relationship and serious commitment, I could disqualify you before I even got the colorism. Colorism for me never comes up. It's how old are you? What do you look like? How much do you weigh? Do you have kids? What's your debt looking like? Are you promiscuous? What's your past? Do you have, who the guys you dated in your past? By the time I get through all those questions, that's half a dozen things that I can disqualify you on or more before I even get to colorism, which, by the way, I'm going to tell you something. If you're young, or not even young, if you're pretty, in shape, agreeable, cooperative, you're friendly, what your skin tone is not really going to matter. There's women who are light skinned that would not make the cut. And it's because they're either promiscuous or they just have a bad personality. And I've seen that too. So it's not about, dudes are not out here just, chasing light skinned women or dismissing women because they're dark skinned. It's, do you have all of those? It's a whole person concept. So we got to look at those things. So that's another thing that dudes are pushing back on. I'm telling you.
I'm going to have to push back on that.
Okay. Well, I'm telling you there's guys that do it, but for the most part, if you show up with a lot of those other qualities that actually make you a good woman, you can beat other women out.
It's so many other
it's
women.
a competition, right?
They're gonna go to what they're attracted to. I just had a conversation today with a younger girl, and she's very dark skinned, very chocolate, and she said that she always talks about color. And I said, why do you always talk about that? She said, because I grew up in California, so where colorism is very high. She said, I literally had so many black men, dark skinned black men tell me, I don't date dark skinned girls. You're pretty and everything, but I don't date dark skinned girls. So that there's a lot of men out there, maybe not in your environment, maybe not your community or your experience, but we can't be dismissive of other women's experience.
Okay, I'll take that, but I'll say this:
colorism
dudes,
to that extent.
Dudes who say that are dudes like Kodak Black, who got look. You know what? I've never been able to say that in my life because you know what? I don't have a string. I don't have like 20 women on standby. I gotta actually, if I weren't married, I gotta go out and actually get women. So what I'm telling you is this: when you're looking at the average dude who has to actually put in work to get women, I'm telling you, colorism is way down the list. All right. Now, if you Kodak Black and you're saying I don't date dark skinned women because I'm dark, Well, then why are you listening to him? All right. He's got what, 20 women in the queue, and he's got another 40 lined up ready to, so he can pick from all kinds of women. All right. So sometimes we put too much emphasis on what people who have all these options can do versus what the average guy can do. And the average guy, we ain't got it like that. Every woman that I've had, you know, from the ex-wife to the current wife to all the women in between, I had to put in some work. So I'm telling you, that's most of us. That's not these select men, as I believe would call them, Amia Ali would call them, I'm sitting, the old man would call them. These select men, they don't have to put in any work. It's easier for them. Women are flocking to them left and right. So those are the knuckleheads that can say that kind of stuff. But the rest of us, and I would say, even if it's not 80%, I would say about 70%. All right. The rest of us ain't saying that. We're like, look, we need to get what we can get. We find a woman that we work with, that we vibe with, who meets all of our requirements, who loves us as much as we love her. And you know what? If she can be light skinned, dark skinned, she can be another race. She can be from another country. My wife is Afro-Latina, by the way. So she's from another country. And you know what? We're going to make that work, because that's how hard it is out here. When you eliminate all the other factors and the things I just talked about, then that's what we're looking at. And then the last thing I'll say with this. All right. The IR, the divestors, the swirlers. Look, I ain't mad at you, but you know what? It's kind of what we need to talk reference. He said, look, if you're going to have standards for black men, have the same standards for the white dudes too. That would be my issue with it. Don't go over there to them or to the Asian dudes or Hispanic dudes and start lowering your standards. If we got to be masculine, hardcore, if we got to provide, protect, we got to lead, we got to be all of this, we got to, be in shape, hit the gym and have all these muscles and everything, be masculine, make them guys do the exact same thing. If you're going to go over there and the guy's looking, and the guy, he's got a dad bod and he's lesser than me, I'm looking at you crazy. Like, why are you going to go all the way over there when you got what you need over here? All right. Everything that we're giving you all of that stuff, but then you go someplace else and you get that lesser dude. I'm looking at you like you're crazy. That's what I'm looking at. I'm seriously looking at you like that.
There's a lot of
people can be offended about it, but I'm telling you, that's what I'm seeing. With few exceptions. All right. When people do that, and then, and that's for the black men who do it too. Don't go over there and get some lesser woman. Make sure that woman is, if you're a top-notch dude, go over there to another group and get a top-notch woman. That's the same thing. It's just that when I see this, that's what I'm seeing with the divestor swirlers. I'm going to get me this. I'm going to go get me that. Black men suck. And then I look at these dudes and I'm like, that dude can't carry my jockstrap. He can't even stand next to me. That's all I'm saying. That's kind of what I'll leave it right there.
Yeah, appreciate it, brother. B. Taylor, I'm going to let you respond. I'm going to drop you down, brother.
Okay.
All right. Bye, Kevin.
All right. What are your thoughts, B? I saw the wheels turning.
Yeah, because he was saying that why get a lower quality man outside the race? And I don't think that these women are going for men that are low quality. Who says these men are not protecting them or doing or providing for the family? Like, there's a lot of black men that are out of shape and have dad bods too. So to say like, oh, well, why get that guy when you can get like that part threw me off, because
I don't
dad bods.
I don't think that's necessarily what he's saying. I think, kind of goes back to what I said earlier. Like, I know you've heard about this whole 666 thing, right? He's got to be 6 foot, make 6 figures. His dick got to be over 6 inches, 6-pack, the whole 9.
Yeah, but those women are just talking. Like, I mean, I've been in these discussions. I'm part of a lot of Facebook groups where a lot of these women are talking, and I kind of sat back and I just laughed because I look at them and I'm like, okay, girl, like, how's that working for you? Do you have the man? Because a lot of these women are taking advice from other single women who are struggling in the dating world. So the whole 666 thing, it doesn't make sense because everybody doesn't qualify for it. And that's one thing that I definitely do agree with Kevin when he said that. Like, what makes you qualify to even get these type of men? Like, everybody's not going to be able to get those type of men.
And I agree with you. And I think that's where Kevin Samuel's message is the most powerful. And I've kind of been talking about how, for me, the most impactful piece of the whole average at best thing wasn't when he called her average at best. It was when she said out of her own mouth, now that I make a certain amount of money, I cannot settle for a man who makes less than me. So what we're seeing happen is, yes, women will still get with the guy who isn't a 666, but will talk down to him the whole way. Whereas with the white dude, even though he's not the 666, she will act as if he is.
No, that's not true. I personally know many interracial relationships, and they still have the same problems. It's just a cultural difference, and they're
But
not as aggressive. Like,
well, but that's the thing. The branding, though, the branding is the white men treat you better. The branding is white men are sweeter. The branding is white men are providers and protectors. And
they are different from black men. I've dated white men and other races of men. My first boyfriend was Puerto Rican. Like, I mean, it is a difference. It is a difference.
well, but I think that's where we're missing each other, because what I'm saying is that the men who are like those white men in our community do not get selected. So, for instance, like in one of my interviews, we were talking about Russell Wilson and Future, and we agreed that Russell is kind of lame, right?
I've
Then
dated
I
type of guys too.
well, here's the thing. Then I asked her about Tom Brady. She said Tom Brady isn't lame, even though he's literally like a white Russell Wilson. But again,
I was about to say no, he's not.
He's
pretty
not.
much.
I would say a better analog to Russell Wilson would be Peyton Manning.
So wait. We think Tom Brady is cool.
Yeah.
What makes Tom Brady cool?
Just his whole just
He has a completely different verb. You ever seen the Saturday Night Live skit?
Which one?
Okay, look up Tom Brady Saturday Night Live. You'll see what I'm talking about.
Tom Brady is lame in the same way that Russell Wilson is.
No.
He was kissing his dad on the mouth on camera. Like, what are we talking about? He dresses like a dweeb, similarly to a lot of the nerdy black men. He's not cool. He's cool because he's a quarterback.
I think,
but on the street, he's not. If he was black, people would call him lame. That's my point.
But that's just it. I'm glad you said that, because unless you're like a really hardcore football fanatic type, you really don't follow Tom Brady off the gridiron. Whereas Russell Wilson has a persona of a Boy Scout on the gridiron. Okay.
That's not true. I played football. What I'm saying is, if Russell Wilson was a white man, nobody would call him lame. If he was the same exact dude but a white man, nobody would call him lame.
Well, I don't know about that, because look at Eli Manning.
Do we call Tim Tebow lame?
I was about.
He's lamer than all three of them.
Well, we actually do, because he's not a very good player. He's not very good.
But again, you're talking about the sports aspect, and I'm with you on that. But I'm talking about the branding.
Well, but that matters though, because would we be talking about Russell Wilson right now if he was performing like Tebow?
Well, the lame piece has nothing to do with his performance, because women didn't know he was. Most women don't know he's a football player. We know because we're men. So I'm talking about the women.
Care about is he's a winner. That's women. Also,
they don't know that. They know he has money.
No.
They don't know his stat line. They don't know what team he plays for.
Women know the winners from the loop. Women have evolved to know who are the winners and who are the losers. They may not know the I formation and coming out of the nickel dime package, but they know who the winners are.
But this is my whole point. My point is, if Tom Brady was a black man, he would be considered lame. If Russell Wilson was a white man, he would not be considered lame.
Like I said, Tebow is considered. Nobody's like, yeah, Team Tebow is my guy. No, said no guy.
No, but I'm talking about in this conversation as far as black men and black women.
Women are not responsible for that. Also, men gotta take accountability and shaping that up too. Like, a lot of men are calling Russell Wilson lame. Women are like, Russell Wilson, and the men are like, oh yeah, you're gonna be with the lame. Like,
no, see, and that's the thing. So number one, women did not know who Russell Wilson was before Sierra. Men did. Women do not patronize Russell Wilson. They don't even know what team he plays for.
Like sports like that.
And that's my point. Men do. So men are Russell Wilson fans. Guess who's at Future concerts? Women.
Right.
So again, we're putting money in the pockets of the person we claim to not like versus being completely ignorant about the person we like until we claim we like, until they get clout.
I don't even listen to Future, so I don't even know. Where are we getting that number that more women are at the concert?
Oh no, that's a
fact. It's women and white people.
Yeah, that's a legitimate.
It's mostly white people that support black artists at concerts.
Oh no, it don't. You go to
women.
Go to a Roots concert and see all the white people out there supporting the Roots.
Yeah, it's white
No,
people
I'm
and women.
saying like rap, like Future.
Hardcore rap, same. So again, men get accused of promoting the Future, but again, when we look at the money behind Future, it's coming from women. Women get accused of promoting, or get the people say that women are promoting the Russell Wilson. When we look at the money behind Russell Wilson, it's men.
He's
So
not
again,
just giving him money; it's his talent.
no, I understand that, but I'm saying the it goes back to earlier when I was saying what kind of paradigm of a black man do we want to see more of? People vote with their dollars. So again, men want to see more black quarterbacks. Cool. We put our money, we go support the whole nine. Women want to see more trap stars. And that's what they're putting their money towards.
I don't know about that. You may be talking about the younger girls who just.
And not only that, to be fair, Alan, not all black women. And yes, we're talking about younger black women here. To be fair, so Miss B Taylor's age on down. To be fair, but not all black women B Taylor's age on down goes gaga for Future. We have to be honest about that too. Okay.
Yeah, but again, like Future is a representative of this era of a bad boy. There were different eras of bad boys, but but the issue that I'm having is we cannot continue to, number one, say we want one thing and then literally finance another, and then number two, we cannot continue to act like there is no double standard and double expectation for black expression of masculinity. Because again, if Tom Brady was black, he would be considered lame. But because he's a white dude, he gets more latitude.
But here's the problem. Here's the problem for the pro-black position. This is not something that can be legislated. Human beings are contradictory by nature, and nowhere in no place is this more in evidence than in the arena of dating and mating. What I'm about to say right now, a lot of brothers will not like. I'm going to repeat this going into the weekend. Because what you're saying, many brothers have said, life ain't fair. It's unfair that brothers have to uphold a standard that white guys don't. It's unfair.
I just want us to be honest about it. That's all I'm saying.
It's unfair. It is. It's unfair. It is. And life goes on. This is the reason why spirituality matters so much, man. We are looking for solutions in the wrong place here. If you look at all the brothers that made a difference in Black American life, it's not an accident that they just happen to be clerics. Malcolm, Martin, do I need to go on? You have to look somewhere else, man, for solace on this. You're not going to get it from black women. You're not going to get it from white folks.
I agree. I think, unfortunately, as somebody who's fighting for black men to stay, for black men to become all these things that our women tell us that they want, it's increasingly hard when they come back to me and say, you know what, Alan, like that doesn't work. Because again, like I can operate in both worlds, right? And that is not something a lot of people can do. Like I've seen guys that they'll say, I'm not going to play jazz in my car because the woman won't like that. I'm the type of person, I say, I don't give a fuck what she likes. I like jazz, so I'm playing jazz. So I tell dudes to, get that type of carriage and that kind of demeanor about you. But typically, we must still talk about like what the waters are. And the waters, unfortunately, are not incentivizing the behaviors that our women are claiming they want to see.
Now here's the problem for the ladies. I just got finished outlining the situation for the girls. The problem for the ladies is this. You get the men, to go to your point, Alan, you get the men you deserve. And we all know what this means. Ladies complain about, certain types of guys. I'm not going to use the words here because this is a ladies channel. I'll just say if he's such a bad so-and-so, if he's, to use Miss B Taylor's term earlier, if he's so dusty, why you keep bouncing up and down on him?
Come on.
I'll put it that way. Why do you keep bouncing up and down on a guy you claim is so dusty? Why?
Now, when I talk about dusty guys and women experiencing, they're not sleeping with them. They run across them and end up running across them and dating them. And they're like, okay, why is he treating me like this? And they're confused. I'm like, yeah, because he's dusty. It's not, I don't associate women that's messing with bouncing on dusty men. I'm sorry.
Hey, that's the majority.
Madam,
Unfortunately.
I have to say with all due respect, when black women are complaining about black men, now I'm not saying this is true every single time, but 9 times out of 10 is because that's the man that they bouncing up and down on. Okay, black women don't tend to complain about men they ain't bouncing up and down. I'm trying to be as PG as possible.
Hey, that's facts.
Hey, it's late night.
About the guys that they bouncing up and down on. So my question becomes to those ladies: okay, he's dusty, meaning he ain't doing this right, he ain't doing that right. Fine, got it. Why do you keep bouncing up and down on him and making little?
She got low standards and dusty herself without even knowing. She's probably dusty herself, and
there we go.
And she probably has low standards because she don't have nothing to bring.
Good answer. Good answer.
She's not liking what it looks like.
Listen, we've all seen this. Everybody on this panel, everybody watching right now has seen this. Black women, read the Man the Riot Act and go right back home, and we know what's happening when she goes back home. She's bouncing up and down on them. We've all seen it.
Because the D is good.
And they can't even bring themselves to admit
it. They like bouncing on it. That's why they can't leave it alone.
And I think this comment is perfect. He says, I can code switch too, but why do decent black men have to code switch and jump through hoops to be with these black women? To Alan's point, they don't do this with white men.
Yes, they do. When I talk to my sisters, that's like, they like, oh, I don't want to date no white guy. And like, if I do date, he better be, we are like more stricter on them. He better come with it. Like, he has to come with it. Now, the women who don't end up dating, like you said, the tech nerd white guy, I mean, most of them got money. So it's about the money.
Well, I'll say this too. And, I've been privileged.
He may be having a dad bod and nerdy, but he got bread. So they're going for that.
Well, I'll say this, right? Because I get messages a lot, and I think we have to take this even out of relationship, because one of the messages I got, for instance, is this dude was at a store. He was at either a store or a restaurant, black man, well-to-do black man. And he talked about how the black female cashier treated him versus the other white people in the line. So I'm talking about just on the street, like forget the romance shit. Like black people in general have been like, we've been raised to, or even like accustomed to treating each other like we ain't shit. And black men get the worst of that, but we don't get any grace in this conversation. That's pretty much all I'm saying.
That I agree. I do agree. I actually had a discussion with my own therapist, and I said, why is it that black women don't take criticism very well? I was trying to tell another black woman something, what to do, and she was like, who are you to tell me what to do? And it wasn't reciprocated well. And I'm like, how did this end up being an argument? Like, or why are you mad that I'm trying to tell you something? But when like somebody else of a different race tell you, it's like you're more accepted to it. So I can agree to that and I think that goes back to how we were raised. And I don't know why we're like that, but it's a deeper
but that's why we have to be intentional to push back against it, right? So even though I've been socialized to find the ambiguous curly-headed girl more attractive than you, I must understand that is part of my socialization, and I must push back at it, right? But a lot of us, we're just going off of how we were raised, and we were raised to be counterproductive to one another, and that's kind of been my whole point.
I wanted to ask you about that because, when I was younger, I'll relay this story. When I was younger, okay, my mom.
We'll get to Sage.
My mom told me when I might have been maybe 3 or 4 years old. My mom told me took me to the laundromat. Back then, women wore dresses and skirts a lot more, and they wore silk stockings a lot more back then. Okay, I'm there. I'm a little guy, and I went over to a lady with some nice big legs and started rubbing her legs. Now, is that socialization? Because I like women with big legs. Is that a socialization thing? Where did I get that from? I was only like 3 years old, man. Explain it. This is the reason why I don't have a problem with gay guys, because I do believe they were born that way. The science, there's science on that. But I was socialized like that.
No, I wouldn't say that's socialization because you were 3, but I'm saying like we as men are socialized to like women with a certain waist to hip ratio. That's a thing, and then we're also socialized to like a certain like physical makeup because of our community. You got to have a fat ass, big titties. So it's hard to draw the line sometimes, but it's partly socialization.
Yeah, and I don't think you rubbing on a thigh could just be you're a child. I don't think children.
Why
have
didn't I go with the
kind
lady
of-
with the skinny thighs then?
Well, maybe
It
because
started a fire.
he wasn't there. I mean, you wanted some warmth. I mean,
Yeah,
I don't
it
know. I
started
don't think
fire.
children have any
I
capacity.
can see. Listen, I can see the difference between the lady with the little thighs and the lady with the big thighs, and I chose the lady with the thigh meats.
Well, maybe it reminded you of your family members, the thick thigh Shirley.
That's what I'm saying. So I mean, that has to be an inborn preference. That can't be socialization.
Well, it is if you're used to thick thigh Shirley, your auntie in the family, so you're gonna go to thick thigh Shirley. That's it.
Hey, let's get Sage in here. Sage Talk Lee, how you doing, sir?
Hey, Mr. Lee, you there?
You there? Let me see. He's unmuted.
I don't hear him talking.
Sage Talk, you there?
Well,
all right. Let me bring up Dub. Yeah, let me bring up Dub. Dub, how you doing, brother?
Hey, what's going on? You hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What are your thoughts on this conversation?
Well, hello, Courtney. Hello, Alan. Hello, B. Teller. Hello, OG Obsidian. Hello, Mr. Lee.
Hey, what's up, man?
If you're there, okay. First of all, you're absolutely right about Tom Brady. If he was black, he'd be a complete and utter dweeb.
Thank you.
I mean, he's
and I was a quarterback, so I know. Yeah.
He's the greatest to ever do it, no doubt about it. But if you ever just listen to him talk, he's a total lame. So
but he got a model.
And so does Russell Wilson.
There we go.
He's lame too.
Well.
Listen, Meta just telling you as it is, man. We know.
Right. But okay. I kind of want to piggyback on what Obsidian was just talking about, because I heard you say this and I was kind of halfway listening when I heard it, but it hit my ears and it made no sense when I first heard it. You said 9 times out of 10, what you're attracted to is BS or something like that. Alan?
Obsidian, you're muted if you're talking.
Alan said it. No, I'm talking. Alan, you said it. You said 9 times out of 10, what you're attracted to is BS.
I just said we should be more critical of what we are automatically attracted to.
Yeah, I don't recall saying what you're attracted to.
No, I didn't say you. No, you didn't say it. Alan said it. That is okay. Maybe I just need some clarification. That doesn't make any sense to me. What I find visually appealing is what I like.
Makes a whole lot of sense.
Break it down for me, because y'all are smarter than me. So what do I know?
No, I mean, for both sexes, to be fair, but since we're talking about the male gaze, so to speak, yes, waist to hip ratio that Alan mentioned, lustrous skin, long hair, perky breasts. These are all indicators of strong reproductive fitness.
Mm-hmm.
They're not superficial and shallow. Women that possess those in abundance are signaling that they're ready for some buns to come out the oven. Yeah. I mean,
my point was pretty much like, there are some consistencies. Like human beings, we like symmetrical faces, we like nice skin, we like boobs, we like ass. But what I'm saying is, when you begin to have a preference for lighter skin versus darker skin, or a certain type of hair gradation, that is part of like a historical context. And I'm just asking people to be more curious about, why do I have a preference for these things over these things?
But see, it never stops though with the ladies. Because see, once you like we talked about the colorism thing earlier, okay. So then we moved the goalposts. Like I used the April Mason example. So then we moved the goalpost to, well, what about the hair texture? And then we moved the goalpost to, well, what about the feature of her nose? And then we moved the goalpost again. Well, what about the color of her eye? It's like it never stops.
That's a never-ending thing. But okay, so you said that if you have a preference for lighter and maybe I guess like a racially ambiguous look, there might be historical factors about that. But what about the dudes that have a preference for darker? Like, what's the reason behind that? Maybe, I mean,
that makes sense.
That doesn't have to be questioned. That's divine. That's divine intervention in their eyes.
I think you should have a preference for yourself.
Until that preference is not what the ladies like.
That's all I'm saying. Like, the conversation for me starts with black women. It ends with black women too, but like, I think you should have a preference for yourself.
This is what a lot of black women want. A lot of black women want brothers to choose a Jill Scott with a Grace Jones paint job and a big chop and a Grace Jones paint job from Earl Shop. That's what a lot of sisters want. Okay.
Okay. Maybe this conversation is just over my head. Because like because I don't have a preference. If either I like you or you don't. I don't care what your skin color is, what your body type is. You look good or you don't. So I don't really understand how.
Well, and that's what I'm saying, because, and I think women understand this a lot more than we do, but beauty is political. Beauty is literally your it's an instrument for a lot of what you can do in life. And part of what white supremacy did was tell men that they weren't worth a damn, black men that they weren't worth a damn, and it told women that they weren't beautiful. And all these things work to the benefit of perpetuating our dysfunction so they can profit from it. So for me, I'm pushing back against that narrative and saying that black women, the blackers that they can get, are the standard, not the whitest snow bunny being the standard. And if that's the standard, yeah, you can like a mixed girl, you can like a light-skinned ambiguous girl, but still recognize that this is the standard because this is more reflective of you.
You know, I think we're overdoing this, because most brothers just wind up with, if you look at black, you know, of course we come in various shades and whatever, we get that. But if you look at the rank and file black woman, she's basically my color, brown. And clearly black looking. I mean, it's not like, you know, is she like Shan Bodie? No. I mean, she's brown skinned with clearly African derived features, you know, nose, lips, and the whole Megillah. So to me, in a lot of ways, this is like it's like an issue. It's like a cure looking for a disease.
That's what it sounds like to me. I mean, it's like,
well, I mean, basically, right? If you ask the Jewish man, what does a beautiful woman look like? She looks Jewish. If you ask an Asian man, what does a beautiful woman look like? She looks Asian. But if you ask a black man, a lot of times, unfortunately, we pick everybody else but ourselves. And what I'm saying is, from a political perspective, that is dangerous. So we need to do that, and women need to see us doing that, and vice versa.
So let me ask you, Barack Obama, who did he pick? It don't get no more political than that.
Mm-hmm. And that's why that's if he didn't do nothing right, he did that right.
I mean, if we're gonna get, we talking about Martin Luther King earlier, and then the whole thing would be Simone and so on. If we're gonna really go there with that, if we're gonna really make the case that Martin Luther King was suspect or whatever, then you can look at Coretta Scott King, because she was she did light, bright, damn near white. Okay, if we just gonna go down that road, that would be the issue.
Yeah,
because Brother Minister Malcolm didn't do it. Barack Hussein Obama didn't do it. I mean, they all got sisters who you could see from 50 paces out, they're sisters. Martin Luther King didn't do that.
Well, again, everybody isn't perfect. Everybody doesn't have the same level of consciousness. But when I look at, for instance, Marcus Garvey creating a toy factory to manufacture black baby dolls, so black girls didn't grow up with the beauty ideal being white women, he understood how powerful that is.
Oh yeah, my had a Gabby doll. You can look this up online. My little sister had a Gabby. They call him Gabby. She had a Gabby. This is in the 70s. She had a Gabby doll. You pull a string and she say whatever. I mean, I'm all for that.
And I think I suspect part of the reason our women are so belligerent these days is because they feel like, since I'm not light, bright, damn near white, curly head, they're not going to choose me anyway. So I might as well act ass. So I'm, advocating for a coalition of men saying that black women are the standard. Black women are the standard of beauty, are the standard of intelligence. They need a little work, but they are the standard. But again, I don't think there are enough men saying that with their chest. I think more men are just, I want a Kim Kardashian, and I want a this, and I want that. Whereas like black women, to me, run circles. Black women are their inspiration.
Well, I mean, you look on IG, you see black women of all colors getting all kind of play. So to me personally, I mean, sisters that run the gamut from Courtney Michelle to B Taylor, you know, they both, you know, lighter skin to brown skin, and then, you know, April Mason. To me, it just doesn't matter. To me, you know, she gotta have the big thigh meats though. That's very important.
So let me ask a question now. Like, okay, obviously I'm a dark skinned black dude, right?
Yeah.
If I were to get with someone of B's color or Courtney's color, am I doing that because I'm socialized to view them as prettier because they're lighter, or is it just maybe I just vibe with them? I mean, like it feels like it can go down a rabbit hole with this. Who you with has some kind of psychological or deep.
I'm just saying.
With somebody.
I feel you. I feel, and both women. If those were your choice, those are fantastic choices because they're both black women. So I rock with it. With that being said, what I'm saying is there needs to be a second thought, right? So just like I'm advocating for women who go towards white men to have that second thought of, would I pick him if he was black? I want men to have that second thought. Am I only picking her because of this, because of that, because of this? That's what I'm saying, because a lot of the stuff that we're socialized to do, a lot of the preferences we're socialized to have come from trauma.
Mm-hmm. What about the big behind? Does that come from trauma? So if I pick a woman that's got a big behind, do I have to interrogate myself about that?
You're an African man, so like, you know,
there's not a whole lot of questioning goes on with that. I see it, I want it. I mean,
listen, we're African. That's ingrained.
What about the sisters who complain that they got flatter behinds? Now, what was up with that?
She probably got some titties on her.
What is going on?
Now, you know, now some guys they like that. I mean, me personally, I, you know, my thing is if I can get it, that's great. But I got to have the I gotta have that. I'll skip on the tatas to get more of the behind and the legs.
Yeah. But let's jump to Sage Talk. Can you hear us?
Is he there? I don't know. Say he's out the country, so I don't.
Yeah.
He usually has a good service. Mr. Lee.
All right. We'll drop you down, but message me when you're when you're good. All right. Dub, I feel like you had another thing to say. My bad.
I mean, I'm gonna start repeating myself. So I understand what you're saying. I just think on a everyday level, just people just interacting, going in and out of their lives. I don't think it's that deep. Especially if we're talking about people who want to be in marriages, want to start families. It's hard enough to find marriage-minded, family-minded people today anyway.
So last Friday during my lives, one of my subs came up, and he's actually half Nigerian too, but he lives in he's half Nigerian. I'm full Nigerian, but he lives in Canada, and he's marrying a Congolese woman. I think they actually just got married. And what he was saying to me was, because he works with kids, he said, the fact that I chose her meant a lot to the little black girls that I tutor. Right, because they look up to me and they look at me with reverence, and it gave them a sense of hope. It gave them a sense of like fulfillment, knowing that I chose, quote unquote, them. Right. So for me, who you choose as a partner is a political choice, especially when you look at it. Exactly. When you look at it from like a Western lens, it's a political choice. So I think, you know, more black men of caliber should be seen publicly choosing black women.
But that's a bad example because Obama is a politician. The average person.
Not only that, but the most successful black men marry black women. And when we say black women, I mean not talking about no Shambo. No, they're like B. Taylor. So I mean, and also, what's the age of these girls?
What girls?
The girl, the guy who's tutoring the girls, and he married
young girls.
The age of these girls?
Yeah, young girls. Like I would assume 7, 8, 9.
Listen, they got a whole nother decade before they even start thinking about boys. Should be thinking about boys.
But again, a lot of the programming gets set early.
It's way early.
A lot of the programming gets set early, so there are expectations.
Look, if you got the right legs, you got the right backside, guys. Believe me, they're gonna override all that. All right, they're gonna override all of that.
That I mean, I can speak on this because I mean this is something that I am currently I guess going through. There was a live that happened on Sunday on the Lapeef network. And of course everybody knows me and the whole Amira thing going back and forth. And there was a panel discussion about me, and it was all Black men except her. And all the Black men, maybe just one, was saying, well, you know, you're prettier than Courtney, and that's why y'all had the back and forth. Courtney wished she looked like you with your long hair,
Wow.
pretty skin.
Say that type of shit.
Wait, call them out. Who are these men, and what video was this?
I'll send you the link.
Okay.
This happened on
the Muslim girl.
Yeah, this happened on Sunday.
She's not that cute.
I was about to say, I mean, she ain't nothing.
But here's my thing: is for me as a Black woman to hear Black men champion someone other than a Black woman and say it for the whole world, Courtney, you're not pretty.
Yes, mm-hmm. They've been doing that.
And so how do you, as a Black, and that champions Black relationships and Black men, and I'm sitting there listening like, wow.
And you see why other Black women be like, you know what? I'm out. I'm tired of this. I'm going to go where I'm appreciated. I don't got to deal with this. Because Black men do have a history of praising other races over Black women. They want to talk about us wearing weaves, but they want to praise the same women for having the type of hair. So we try to fit in to be accepted, but then we get criticized. So it's like, no matter what the Black woman does, she's going to be criticized for it. She get criticized by her skin. She get criticized by her nails. Her eyelashes are not as long as the white girl lashes. So she put the lashes on. She put the long weave on.
Are you serious?
I'm very serious.
You got guys that are actually comparing eyelash length?
Yes.
What the hell?
Men are like, oh my God, her eyelashes are just so long and beautiful and exotic. And that's why Black women are replicating these women, because they want to look like them to be accepted too, because they love Black men. This is what you want. That's why they're going out getting these BBLs. Oh, they're thinking that's what, they like Kim Kardashian. Okay, let me do my hair like Kim. Let me do my body like Kim. Let me do this, because that's what they're going
I think
Black men sit on his panel praising another race of a woman over a Black woman says a lot. And just imagine if Courtney was dark skinned. Goodness.
Right. Well, as a Black man who praises Black women, I will say this. I think part of the phenomenon we're seeing with like the eyelashes and the makeup and even the BBLs, I think that has more to do with Black women not actually listening to Black men than it does Black women trying to compete.
Oh no, they're listening to Black men, because you go up on Instagram, you see what guys are looking at. They're looking at the BBLs. This is the thing that Courtney said earlier this evening. She got a really nasty message from a guy talking about she's tatted up and this and that, those sort of thing. Listen, fellas, look, man, the jig is up. Stop the cap with this nonsense. I don't like no woman with no tattoo. Stop it, man. You got women all over the IG, got tats all over the joint, and y'all got all up in their DMs, and you can see the guys. Oh, you're so beautiful and all the rest of it. Guys need to stop with this stuff. They like the BBLs. Women are getting it for a reason, man. They're not getting it just to be, I'm doing it for myself. No, they're getting it because that's what men want. That's what Black men want.
So this is what I mean.
People have a problem with tattoos in 2022. I can't remember last
Black
time.
men want it. That's what Black men want. Women with tats are sexy. They're ready to go.
But this is the message I've been giving women. Like, women have to be able to distinguish between sexual attention and non-sexual attention. And unfortunately, what social media praises is sexual attention. So because this IG model has 10,000 likes, you think she's 10,000 times more likely to find a husband. No, she's 10,000 times more likely to find somebody who wants to fuck her. Right. So I'm telling women they're playing checkers, and this shit is really chess, and they're competing with people who are going to lose in the long run. And they're playing a game that they're not going to win. So
I agree with you on that. Yeah.
So for me, like when I say women aren't listening, women aren't actually listening to understand how men think. For instance, that men make a distinction between who I would fuck and who I want to build a life with. For instance, that most men don't want the crazy eyelashes and the crazy makeup. But guess what? The nigga who's got the section at the club wants that. And women, unfortunately, since they're hypergamous, they only see those men. So they think it's representative of most men.
What do you
But if
mean those men? When you say those men, what do you mean those?
the peacocks of the community, the ones with the shiny feathers. That's what women have been cued to see. Like my
Are you talking about successful men?
No, not just successful. I mean peacocks. Like there's one thing to be successful, but there's another thing to be ostentatious.
Because you said hypergamous.
Yes, and with that being said, they're cued in on the pretty flowers. Like the interview that dropped Tuesday on my channel, I asked the woman about kind of sexual selection, and she thought that the average guy can call up a girl and get pussy in 30 minutes. And I told her that's not the reality.
No, it's not.
You saw that video, right? I told her that's not but again, she looked at me like I was crazy.
Some
But that's what I'm saying. The peacocks can. But the 99% can't.
What is the peacocks? I don't understand.
The flamboyant,
the flashy.
Yeah, that's what kind of
the nigga with the section at the club. So again, the nigga with the section at the club wants the BBL.
No, hang on
the nigga with the section at the club.
The guy at the section, that's what hung me up, Alan. Mm-hmm. The guy at the section of the club is by definition a successful guy. You can't get the section of the club without being successful. You ain't gonna get that if you broke. You ain't gonna get that if you working at UP, the proverbial UPS.
But again, presentation. Again, we're talking about the pageantry of success versus actual success. So like the conversation about hardware versus software. The hardware guys aren't flamboyant. The hardware guys aren't ostentatious. The software guys are. And unfortunately, those guys are easier to see. I can tell a dude who's broke. Like I've talked to waitresses that they'll tell you that the dude who comes to the restaurant or the hookah lounge with the wad of money doesn't spend shit. But the dude with the t-shirt and jeans who you might not think has money, he's the one who actually drops a stack. You understand what I'm saying?
Here's the problem. Those
are the guys that I actually talk to.
You see what I'm saying?
Here's the problem. Here's the problem. Here's the problem. The problem is the peacock, and I'm glad you mentioned that. The peacock's feathers exist for a reason.
No substance.
They exist for a reason. The peacock in nature, the peacock with this big plumage that makes them stand out to all kinds of predators. They might as well be a sign saying free food. It means that peacock has excess resources that female peacocks are attracted to. Now you're saying those guys are faking the funk. That brings another dimension in here. Yes, in deception in mating is a feature, not a bug. You can fake in this case, guys can fake the funk and say and present yourself as someone who has what women want, and you really don't. But it exists for a reason. And I think that the hardware guys would do well to think about that.
See, and that's the thing. I agree with you 1,000%. And that's why I always say there's something we can learn from the futures, right? With that being said, I'm telling women directly that, listen, for the long-term outcomes you want, if you keep selecting based on pseudo men and the image of what it looked like, you're going to lose every single time. So in as much as I'm telling the hardware guys to update their software, the women can't continue to perpetuate and replicate software men.
I will say this, and when I was single, I didn't go for the guys that was like flashing their money because they were trying too hard. So a lot of women who are able to tell, like, I guess you'll call them peacocks, like they're making up for their insecurity. When the guy that's actually has money and like chill, he may be older, he may not look as flashy, but he's actually the one that's going to spend money on you. And while my friends were in a lot of the guys' face that were like flashy or got on like all this name brand and stuff like that, he's sitting up there talking to her, and her hand is empty. She ain't got no drink in her hand, and he don't care. But while the other guy, he's over here like, oh, what do you guys need? Like, so it is true. I guess you call them peacocks, but
listen, I'll tell you this: a buddy of mine, he's got some clout and he makes a good amount of money, a lot of money actually. And he was telling me that he said, listen, bro, I've spent less money on women now that I have it than I did when I was broke. Because what and these are his words. He said, when I pull up to the club in a Lambo and I hop in the VIP section, they just want to be around it. They don't ask for money. They just want to ride in the car. They just want to sit in the section. So what I'm saying again, we are selecting for literal software, not hardware. Those men are not changing their lives. They don't give a crap about them, but we continue to select for. And then for me, it's all about the kids. What are we teaching the kids?
Well, no,
You know,
that Lamborghini is real. That Lamborghini is a peacocking feather. That's a huge peacocking feather right there. The difference is it's a very real one. And he's right. Your friend said what Tom Likas famously said, you know, women just want to smell the bread. They just want to be around you. It's true. When you got real success, yeah, women do. They're just in the pickup world. They call that, you know, orbiters. They just kind of hovering around you. You got your own universe. You got your own satellite planets, just, you know, going orbiting around you. Yeah.
So women just want to be around men who don't do nothing for them, but they just got money. Like, what's the point of that?
They look good because unfortunately, right now, like especially our generation, it's all about looking the part.
So you don't get anything out of it. Like you just want to be around it.
Unfortunately, I wish this was capped, but when I'm talking to women, and especially in cities like Atlanta, yeah, it's just about looking the part.
So you can't even get free drinks. You can't. Saying, like, why am I sitting in this section if I'm not getting like?
I'd like to add something to this.
Hey,
Sure, yeah, Sage.
Hey, good evening, guys.
Good evening.
Finally, it was my mic was not connecting on my computer, so I finally just said, let me get up on my phone. Good evening, everyone. Hi, Courtney. Hey, Alan.
Hey, Lee.
How's it going, brother?
Hey, how you doing? Hey, B.
Hey.
How are you? Obsidian, of course. How you doing, brother?
Doing great, man. How you feeling?
Okay, good. Well, you guys have really touched on a lot, but I'll kind of back into the conversation. And Alan, you can correct me if I got the software, hardware situation incorrect.
Mm-hmm.
But what I would say is that I'm leaning more towards what Obsidian was saying, because I was once one of those guys. I made a lot of money, but I dressed in a suit. I wore a suit for 22 years, from the 80s all the way to 2006 when I left Wall Street. And when you're in the VIP, trust me, you're gonna be swarmed. But you're gonna spend money, bro. You're gonna spend money. You're gonna splurge. You're gonna have a good time. You're gonna be loud. And women are attracted to men who dress well, who seem to control the environment, who's spreading money around, drinking nice drinks, have other pretty women around them. So those things always kind of go together. I think today, why I think some people, or maybe why, Alan, you may have some of the comments you're having, is because now we see it with what I would say is like an empty suit. Yes. We see it with guys who don't have the substance, but right, because they have a talent and they get paid excessively well for the talent, they have the money to splurge, but they may not have the maturity. They may not have the gravitas as a professional intellectual, but their experts are very good at what they do in their industry. And part of that in their industry is why they behave the way they do, because that's part of the industry as well. I mean, in Wall Street, one of the things you learn is get a big house, get a fly car, and get a fly girlfriend. Because number one is the motivation for you to work hard. Fancy cars cost money, a big house costs money, and a pretty girl costs money. So that was just the culture from where I grew up as a black man. And as a black man, I wore a suit, I would say 90% of the times. I very rarely dressed down. And usually when I dressed down was on the weekends when I had my kids. But women, at least I found, and I'm from New York, that I didn't have a problem with Black women approaching me. I didn't socialize primarily in white spaces. I did from time to time, but I would say 80% of the times I was in Black spaces or mixed spaces, and Black women didn't have a problem approaching me. And I'm obsidian height. I'm not no big, strong 6-foot guy, but I hung out with part of a crew of guys, and we all have different stature, but we had our own personality, and we all had our own level of confidence in the way in which we move. Different men move differently. Different men express their confidence and their masculinity differently. You know, another thing I think too is that, like today, in terms of how guys approach women, I came from an industry where the first call close was part of your moniker. If you couldn't close a deal on the first approach, you weren't really a good guy until you can do that. And the way many of us learned to really do the first call close was hanging out, meeting women, pulling a woman on the first night. That's what built your confidence to be able to speak to a portfolio manager and tell them to transfer 10 million and don't blink an eye like it was nothing. So being able to be comfortable with women is something that you have to develop. I think it's a skill that can be learned. Some men have more personality and character that they can express themselves with women easier than others. But I think all men could learn the skill if they're just introduced to the environment. And what I would say is that you have to also prove to yourself that you can be successful at least one thing. Because being a success adds confidence to you as a man. Absolutely. And especially if you're doing it and you're making good money at it, money is a currency of power in any society, the United States or wherever you go. It allows you access into places where if you don't have money, people don't even know you. They don't even see you. So that's one issue with regard to that. So Alan, I'm not sure, what your feedback you might want to give me concerning that, but I came from an era where men were flashy with money, but we were still very intelligent and intellectual and smart and had substance and all that.
Absolutely. And that's been my kind of biggest argument, because when I define confidence, I define it similarly to how you did. Like, confidence must be rooted in your understanding of your ability, which means you have to do something, right?
Absolutely.
Unfortunately, I think what we're finding nowadays is, and I would actually like to actually do the survey and see what happens, but it seems like the guy who has the good job and is actually successful doing things is not as successful in the dating market as a guy who might just have a bunch of Instagram followers. Because again, like right now, clout is at a premium. True. And unfortunately, literally just looking the part will get you further than being the part.
That is true. That's the old fake it till you make it.
Exactly. Manifestation.
Right. Well, part of it too is like, the society for the past 20 years or so has really shunned men approaching women. I come from an era in the 90s and the early 2000s where approaching women was customary. Pushing up was commonplace. So I think, if you don't have practice being shut down and being told no, or being looked at with a funny kind of eye and being turned away from, especially if a woman is with a group of friends, and you walk up to her and try to get her attention, and she just look at you, give you the once up and down, and turn back around and act like she didn't even see you. You have to learn how to get past that and not to take it personal, and just because it's no different than when you call up a client and you ask him for $5 million and he says no. No is just the beginning of the conversation. He doesn't mean no, I don't want to do business with you. He's saying, no, prove to me why it would be advantageous to me to transfer $5 million into your firm's account. And when a woman turns away, it doesn't mean that, no, she don't like you. She's saying, tell me why I should be interested in you. And if you don't understand that dynamic and being able to speak to that, you're going to walk away with your tail between your legs and feel like she insulted you. She didn't insult you. She was really just saying, make me interested. So I come from a different era when it comes to dealing with women. and the whole socialization. That's why sometimes I kind of like don't understand some of the things that I hear in this space, because most of in terms of the 666, with the exception of one, there's only one that I checked off, and that was the money part.
Mm.
I'm not 6 foot, and I don't have 6 abs, and well, the other part, I guess the ladies will find out about that.
Hey, but I'm gonna give B Taylor a final word. I know you have to go soon, and then we'll figure out if we're gonna keep this going. But what are your thoughts on the conversation that we had tonight? Thank you so much. You stuck in here for 4 hours. You to go. You know what I'm saying? So, what are your thoughts?
I think that the whole topic was about, well, just starting on the topic of the Manosphere channel. I think that we do need to have these discussions with women, because I do come from a different perspective, and everyone's not going to agree with my mindset or perspective that I'm bringing. But I can also open up a door for a different audience to come in who think like me or women around me and get these perspectives. Because if we're just talking to the same group of people who have the same mindset, is there any real change happening? So women do need to be in these spaces. Women do need to be in the Manosphere space. I don't think we should be taking over it, but I think I'm joining these panelists and I'm learning things, and I'm learning things about myself. And I'm like, I done made that mistake before. And it's actually helped me out personally with my relationship. I learned what peace really is. And I was like, I need to like be quiet. So I'm actually practicing that, and it's been very beneficial. Say the least. I'm not telling him where I'm getting these cues from, but he's noticed. He's like, I noticed you just haven't been. I'm like, yeah, I'm learning.
That's what's up, and that's what it's about. Like, and that's why I'm a big fan of talking to women instead of talking at women or talking about women. So we're gonna keep these going, these streams and stuff going. Thank you so much. We appreciate you pulling up. We're gonna do another one at some point. I'm sure Courtney's gonna hook it up. But have a fantastic night, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I appreciate
it. I know some people don't want me to, but I'll come back.
No, I appreciate you. And again, I'm not into echo chambers, and my panel has always been people with diverse opinions. And getting different perspectives. I think that's important. So I don't like talking to people that just have my mindset. Yeah. It get boring sometimes.
Right.
Yeah. I appreciate you so much. I really do.
Yeah.
B Taylor TV, y'all go over there and subscribe as well.
Bye, baby.
All right. Take care. All right. Okay. Y'all ready to wrap this up? Or
it's your show. Go ahead and roll on out myself. It's been great. And you and I are going to be getting together tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we over on your channel tomorrow.
And we'll continue the conversation. I want to thank everybody for having me. I really
absolutely. I appreciate it, OG. Yes, sir.
All right. Peace.
All right. Bye, Obsidian.
All right, Courtney. Go ahead and close us out or whatever you're trying to
do. Well.
You done gave me your whole channel.
I know you've been in control, and I appreciate that. So we'll drop down. That will. Thank you so much for coming up. I appreciate you as always. Thank you so much.
It's just weird. It was weird. I'm on this panel with you, Alan, Sage, and Obsidian. I'm just a regular dude. What am I? I don't belong on the channel. But appreciate it, Courtney, as always.
Thank you. See you.
Appreciate it, brother. Yeah.
Mr. Lee.
Yes.
I told you I listened to you.
It's funny because I saw that community post picture you made when you made the comment.
Yeah.
And then I did read in the comment section where someone, kind of threw shade and was trying to insult you. And I was like, damn, man, we can't even appreciate the women who are trying.
Exactly.
Who are making the effort and are doing it publicly. I think, it's so much when you see women, like you say, a lot of times there are a lot of sisters that do support Black men and want to be in this space to express their thoughts towards Black men, but they're afraid. And I think what happened with you last week when you made that post and you made that comment, it's for those very reasons why I think, because I was saying, well, come on, I know these women are not afraid. But then when I saw what happened, and then I heard you speak on it tonight, I can definitely identify with what you were saying, because I think sometimes some of us get so gleeful for vengeance that our eyes are closed to the fact that this person in front of us is transitioning to be exactly what we say we want in women, with Black women, and is leading the charge and blowing the trumpet to alert other Black women that, hey, over here, these are where the strong Black men are. These are the kind of men you want to be with. But then you get some cats coming out and being insulting. So I think brothers just have to show a little bit more maturity. I mean, whether you're in your 20s, 30s, or 40s, you know, we're living in a time now where you have to have your wits about you, and you have to get over some of whatever issues you may have had growing up or what have had affected you negatively. And don't take it out on someone that didn't do nothing to you. You know, by and large, if you, Courtney, didn't offend any of those particular men, whether in relationships or friendships, they shouldn't really be coming off to you like they are. But they're coming off that way because someone did it to them, and they just have an opportunity now to kind of kick sand in someone's face. So I think that's, you know, as men, you know, we say a lot of time about leadership. We talk about that. Some men said women won't let them lead, but I don't subscribe to that philosophy that you need someone's approval. If you're a leader, lead. But with regard to that, if you also claim to be a leader and you want submission, you have to demonstrate your authority. And part of being a leader is being able to humble yourself sometimes to those who are under you, to be able to demonstrate leadership so they can grow quicker in whatever change and transition they may be in. So, you know, leadership also requires sacrifice. And some guys, they're going to have to learn that, whether in this space or whether in their own personal life or in business. So I'd like to just make that comment with regard to that, because I didn't like it either.
Oh, well, I appreciate you, Mr. Lee. I always do. And you've always saying something that makes me think. And that's what I appreciate you, because you do make me think and make me ponder, and then try to make the dots connect.
Yeah.
A lot of times we can receive a thing and hear a thing, but if it doesn't click, then, you know, we can't really comprehend it. So with you, and a lot of times with your show, when I watch, I listen and I'll be like, let me just make sure the puzzle pieces, and then it does, and then I get it, and it's like, okay, now I understand, and then it makes sense. So
yeah, it was funny because when you made that comment, I was like, when I saw the comment, I was like, okay, now you get it.
Yeah, and then when I was able to get it, it's just honestly just putting in simplistic terms that I can understand, because I'm simple. So I appreciate you for that.
Not a problem. You know, I used to think that you hated me.
Did you? Because
Yeah.
I came on your show and I'll be a little firecracker sometimes. I don't hate you, Mr. Lee. I appreciate you. And it's because you make me think. And I think it's you know, when people make you think or change kind of a worldview that you had, and you really did, even on the submission part, then it's like, darn, no, he wrong. I gotta research. He wrong. And that's what I thought. I was like, Mr. Lee don't know what he's talking about. And then come find out you do.
Yeah, who's this old dude, right? Okay, for sure.
So
yeah, but you had a really great show tonight. I appreciate the conversation.
Oh, thank you. It was interesting. We might have to do a part 2. I see some. I you know what? Before you go, and I gotta go. But you know, I think men need to have their space, and I've always said that I'm adjacent to it, which means I think you need to have how men talk. You know, it's different from what I'm used to, but I call it barbershop talk. So I think you need your space. But I think this is a space where we do talk about relationships, and we do talk about Black women. So being adjacent is, I'm here if you want to have the conversations. And you can go back over there, but you can come across the street over here. I can tiptoe over here sometimes.
Well, the thing is, you're right. It is necessary. If we're going to heal the rift that we have as a people, we need to be able to talk to one another. You know, at one point, Black women have been talking down about Black men, And then we've got this space now, and we have been doing the pushback and talking down towards Black women, checking them. But I think the next stage, if what Kevin Samuel says is, you know, we need to have awareness, awareness is going to come from communication. So at some point, we need to be able to talk to one another as opposed to at one another. And I think what you're doing is good. What Amira is doing is good. Sade, B. Andre, even though I wanted to push back on some of the things she said tonight, but another night, I guess. But
B.
but I
Taylor?
think, huh?
B. Taylor?
Yeah, B. Taylor. I'm sorry. Yeah, B. Taylor. I said Andrea. Sorry.
Mhm.
Yeah, definitely. You know, but she's the type of woman that most men would be attracted to. She's got that attractive look about her. And the thing is, you know, with her, I like the fact that she still demonstrates a lot of the issues that Black men do complain about, because I think it's necessary for us to be able to see that and not to assume that, oh, she's just trying to be a chameleon to adjust. She's saying everything is the way she thinks and how she feels. And over time, I think as she remain in this space and grow and speak with more men, I think she'll broaden her perspective as well and be able to have some empathy for the point of views that men have, even if she don't understand it totally.
Well, you know, she's already said it before she left off. She said, you know, being in the space and talking to women, she learned how to shut the fuck up.
Well, that's the first step. For
That's
sure.
the first step. So we're doing I champion all steps, and that was the first thing I learned. It was like you.
Yep, that's the first one.
And the shutting up allows you maybe to start actively listening, and then that would be the second step. And she even said that today. So you know,
Well, you know, I think too is I think too is that Black women don't realize how powerful their tongue is. Their tongue can build a Black man or tear him to shreds. And I think they have become so comfortable in just ripping Black men to shreds that it's almost normalized. And I think when they come into the space and Black men tend to start to rip them to shreds, they're like, whoa, what's going on? What's your tone? Why are you talking to me like that? I ain't do nothing to you, Black man. I hate Black women. I hate it. Da 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 da. Black men don't love Black women anymore. They start running off a lot of those, you know, generalized statements and not realizing that, hey, you've been doing this to me for the past 50 years. I've been getting this since I was 3 years old. From my mama, from my aunties, from my sister, from my cousins, the girls I went to school with. And now I'm 35 years old and I'm finally in an economic space and in a virtual space where I can voice my views. And guess what? Now I'm expressing them. You feel some kind of way about it and you think I don't really care. But I'm just letting you know that this is me.
Yeah.
And I think that's part of it.
Yeah. We getting there. I see progression. Mr. Lee.
I'm listening.
I'm just saying it. That was a statement. I see progression.
Okay, well, I will say this. There's one statement that I do have a pushback with you on, and that's that women say that they didn't know or don't know.
I get a lot of pushback when I say that.
Yeah, because
and all y'all be, and I'm sticking to it. So, but you push back. Go ahead.
One of the reasons why I say that, you know, you have to hurt someone. It's very difficult to hurt someone repetitively over time by accident or by happenstance. You have to deliberately do that. When you say things to hurt people's feelings, when you play people off, when you look at a person and treat them like they're insignificant, when you talk down to them, when you yell at them, when you get all up in their face, whether it's your boyfriend or your brother, you can't say you don't know when all the man is saying to you is like, be quiet, hear me out, let me say what I got to say. And you won't even let the man have his own voice. And I think that and many other things that I think sisters do towards men, you know, now that they're coming into this space and men have a strong voice here, and some of the men that are in this space that are vocal and express their financial success as well, they're realizing that, hey, some of these men I would like to deal with, but I can't deal with the way they're coming off. And I think the fact that they're saying, okay, well, wait a minute. We didn't know what we were doing before, really hurt you like that, or we really didn't know that you wanted us to be different. I just don't think that's true.
Well, I think we don't know. There's certain things that we don't know that we don't. There's certain things that we do. So when it comes to hurting a man, no, we know how to hurt you. We understand the power of the tongue. So no, I'm not going to, no, we know how to hurt you real bad.
Yes.
Now that we do know. Okay. No.
So give me an example of what you think you don't know.
Well, I don't think Black women understand the power of shutting up, of being quiet. Women don't understand the power of just listening. We don't understand those particular skills, how powerful that is as being a woman. We definitely think that that being boisterous, being loud, being assertive is what a strong woman is, and that only a strong man would be able to handle that or tame that. And if you're not a strong man, then I'm not for you. And we think that, not knowing that is the exact opposite. And I truly believe, Black women, we don't get it. We really think that in order for us to have a strong man, we need to be a strong woman. And that strong woman is attributes of what a masculine man is.
Right, but what they're saying their strength is, I think that women lost the understanding of what female power really is. Mm-hmm. You know, the Chinese, they have hard power and they have soft power. They use soft power in their in how they deal diplomatically with the United States and other countries that are powerful like themselves or greater. And they use their military strength as a deterrent to keep you at bay. With regard to women, women want to be able to just use their military strength, their physicality to try to intimidate men, but men are not intimidated by that. Their true power comes from being soft and submissive. You know, it's like, and I don't want to rehash old business, but remember when Amira first came on the Latif show, and that night when you really stood up for Black women or the Black community?
Yeah.
During that conversation, as you were pushing back and being more aggressive, Amira did just the opposite. Mm-hmm. She quieted down. She sort of shrank down in her camera. And the next thing you know, Anton, JR, and Rilla came to her defense. Mm-hmm. And that's the difference on how soft power works. Because if you're fragile, you need to be protected. If you are strong, you can handle yourself. And I think Black women don't interpret their femininity and the power within their femininity correctly. Now, that's a part that I would say they've been miseducated on.
Yeah.
That's for sure. And, because, yeah. Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
No, I agree with that. I think that's why people were calling me a chameleon, because they didn't see
right. Exactly.
So aggressive.
Exactly. Exactly.
But for me, you know, I stand by everything that I said.
No, you were correct. Yeah, you were correct.
I do believe that my approach could have been a lot better, and I learned a lot from that.
But what I would say,
it's hard for me to explain. Well, it's not hard for me to explain that situation, but
no, I don't want you to explain it. I don't. That's why I said I didn't want to dig something up. But it's a good example of how femininity using the soft power of femininity will get you further along the way with men, not just Black men, any men from any culture, than trying to be more aggressive to kind of bend a man to your will. Because a woman really can't bend a man to her will. What a man will do is he will conform to get what he wants out of that situation. And usually is sex that what he wants. So he'll work his way around to get to what he want to get. But fear is never an issue with a man or with a woman. The man is always he's holding himself back because he's trying to get a relationship or whatever it is that he wants to build with that woman, if building is part of it, or it's just a short-term thing. And I think as women, As black women, you know, one of the big transitions for them, I think, is going to be really one, like you said, shutting up, because that's part of where the peace come from for men, right? Just be quiet. Go in the kitchen and do something. Go in the bedroom and do something. Leave us alone, right? That's something that I think our women find a hard time being able to just do. You can't just let a man sit by himself and leave him alone. That's something that's very difficult for women. Like they're going to accuse you of being lazy, find something to do, go do something. It's like, just relax. I'm thinking about things that you have no idea what I'm working on in my head right now. And if you just give me a few minutes, I'll get to you, right? Mm-hmm. So that's something I think that our sisters need to learn. But more importantly, I think, is the whole femininity piece and the submission piece. I think that's like head and tails of the same coin. The submission is part of it, and the femininity is part of it. And they both have their place and their role. And you don't submit yourself to every man like you submit to your husband.
Right.
But in your femininity, you can be a help to another man if you see the situation where you can be of help. I think the comments you made about, you know, if you see a plate sitting on a table where 3 or 4 guys are sitting around and he's finished, go over there, take the plate, ask him, do you guys need something to drink or whatever? That's just being helpful. That's just being feminine. And you'd be surprised what a woman will get back tenfold from just being that nice to any man. Yeah.
Well, I'll say this then, to kind of respond, because I definitely understand as far as a woman's approach and the power of femininity, or just being a woman, or, you know, being able to be silent at times when you don't need to speak, or it's not even worthy of your words. It's an art form for a lot of Black women to do that, because we haven't. And I think it's an even harder art form to stay in frame and be that submissive feminine woman amongst men that at a moment you don't feel protected by.
But you see, that is one of those catch-22 questions. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? Because Black men are raised more than any other man to protect Black women and not to even put their hands on them when they disagree or when they're being unruly. Whereas other men, they don't have a problem smacking a woman in a heartbeat when they get out of line in their culture and in their community. Yeah. We don't necessarily do that. Not our fathers, nor our boyfriends or husbands, you know, that is seen as some kind of abuse. In other places, it's just cultural. But I think for a woman to get the protection she wants, she has to show herself to be vulnerable. You can't be strong and then be asking for protection.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I do.
Yeah, so I think it's, the woman must first be willing to show herself soft, delicate. If she does that, men's eyes instinctively, that's within us from 10,000 years of cultural upbringing. That hasn't changed because of feminism for the past 70 years. That has men of all stripes. It's like you see a kid wandering the streets. You're going to automatically, are you okay? Where's your parents? Where's your mom? Where's your dad? Then the women are going to come over and the women are going to take over to help the child. That is just instinctive. When something is, that's why women and children was always classified as the fragile within the society that was always protected. The women and children stood behind the men because the danger was in front. You don't put the women and kids first. You're sacrificing them if you did that. So our women today want to fight by our side or even be in front to show that they're more capable. If you do that, you can't turn around and say, we need protection.
Yeah. Well, I agree with that. I was just talking about my personal situation.
Oh, okay.
But no, I agree. I mean, I can't be strong, and then I need you to say, no, you strong, lady. Go ahead and push that car up the hill. So yeah, I agree. I think
Oh,
even, and I'll let you go because I know we got to go, and Alan
sure.
probably sleep.
Yeah.
But in this space, what I'm learning and having to deal with, in some of it where I'm kind of pushing back, I think for myself, is even though you have those attributes or trying to show it, it's being a Black woman in this space. You get hit from both sides, from Black women, and I didn't know it would be so much from Black men. I didn't know that me just saying that I do want a Black man and want to marry a Black man and have this essence of wanting Black relationships, that I would get so much pushback. I'm
Well,
completely
mhm.
thrown by that, actually.
Well, I think that actually tells you that you're on the right track,
Hmm.
because, and it also shows you how deep the problem goes.
Yeah, well, I ain't sure. That's Pandora's box right there, and I was told I was poking the bell.
Yeah,
Poke.
because absolutely, because the women want to keep things the way it is, and the men don't believe that you are who you say you are.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to prove to the men that you are who you say you are, and then you have to fight off your sisters to turn them. It's like, and they'll take this the wrong way. It's like you was once a vampire and now you're a human again, and you're trying to get the other women who are vampires to become human again.
Awakening the dead.
Awakening the dead, absolutely. I don't know if that was a good analogy, but it
I
just popped
understood
into
it. It's all right. I got you. It is a rebirth.
Okay.
It's a rebirth.
A reaper, yes.
Say that, yeah.
Okay, well, I'm not going to keep you too long. I know you guys been online all night, so
All right. I appreciate you as
much
always.
appreciated as well.
All right.
Take
Bye.
care, Sage.
Yes, take care, Alan. Talk to you.
Yes, sir.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, darling. What do you think about this comment right here?
Courtney. Oh, man. You know, he'd be on over there with the passport bros. So I'm pretty sure that the chaos later, see you then, he'll be over there. Ain't that crazy?
Mm-hmm.
Like
I
these
think
why is it chaos?
there's an appetite for it now. We have an appetite for car crashes. Look who it is.
I didn't see it in there.
Look who it
It's
is.
like at noon this time.
Zoom to Thailand. Shout out to you, brother. He just pulled up. Man, you're gonna have to watch his back. A lot was covered. A lot. And we didn't even talk about SYSBM. I wanted
know
to bring
we
it
didn't
up,
even. I thought we was gonna get into. It just went the way it was supposed to go.
It moved. It moved.
Yeah.
Let's see. All right. This comment, Mr. Man says, shout out to the panel. This was a great show. You look amazing as usual, Courtney. The shirt looks good, really good on you.
It's suede right here. It's little suede shoulders.
It's not red though.
That's for private. The red is private.
Got you. Okay. All right. We got man again. He said, Courtney, I will always rock with you. A lot of Black men turn their back on you for a foreign chick that would never date them. You have always stood up for Black men, and I really appreciate that. That's love right there.
Nice. Yeah. And I gotta remember, like, focus on the purpose and the people that understand me, and I can't go back and, you know, the people that just talk shit. I mean, they're gonna talk shit and everybody's not gonna like you, but I mean, I just can't get distracted.
That's a fact.
I get distracted easily because I be in my feelings.
I understand. You're still a woman. I get it.
I know. I don't know. I mean, I try to get better, but I'm soft.
Yeah. And that's okay. You're supposed to be. Any final words before we get on out of here?
Well, I adored this stream. I appreciate you as always. You always do your thing, and I knew you would. And I'm thinking about doing another one.
Okay.
We had Crimson in the chat.
Okay.
TJ Randolph was in the chat. I'm seeing some other one, but I think it's important. How are we gonna mend this if we don't get the women and the men to talking together?
Yeah.
What do you think?
I'm down. Let's make
Are
it
you?
happen. Let's do it.
I'll get with you. Part 2, Crimson Cure. I'm coming for it. I've never really worked with her before.
Really?
Yeah.
This is gonna be interesting. It's
Yeah.
gonna be really interesting. But I appreciate you as always, darling.
All right. I'm gonna drop down. You close it out. This was your show.
This is your channel.
No, it's not today.
I'm borrowing the stream right now. That's what I'm doing. Oh, we got another one. Better you. He says, I'm late showing up, but wanted to stop by and show some love. We need to talk. Courtney Michelle, keep being great. Appreciate you, brother.
Hey, better you podcast.
Yeah, I'm gonna close it out right now since you're up here. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to the super chats. Thank you guys so much for tuning in and staying with us for damn near 5 hours. I will be on Obsidian's stream tomorrow. Courtney will be on Lapeef, and then I will be on my stream Friday. So y'all pull up, tune in.
Oh,
talk to me.
Where are you gonna be next week?
Oh, I will be in Atlanta.
Hey, all right, let's set it out. What's going on next week, Alex?
So if you're in the Atlanta area, make sure to pull up to the Lapeef experience. I will be there. Courtney Michelle will be there. Maybe she'll be in red. I don't know yet. But yeah, I'll be part of the King's Talk. So y'all pull up. It's gonna be cool.
Excited. So yeah, so the Lapeef experience is gonna be next week in the ATL. Tickets are still, I believe, on sale. I'm gonna post something on my community tab about it. But yeah, we're gonna be in the ATL, shawty. So come meet the people. I don't bite usually. Sometimes, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, we look forward to meeting you guys. And yeah, in the meantime, pull up to the 3 streams, 2 tomorrow and then 1 Friday. And we'll see you guys next week as well. Any final words, Courtney?
I'm out. I'm good.
Good night, and we will see you guys soon. Y'all take care.
Goodbye.
All right.